Good evening. Hello, hello. How you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome back to another round of Valhalla, which always makes me feel very important to say, because Valhalla has a nice ring to it. Hello. I hope you're all doing good. I think I said that just now. No matter, I'll just say it again. We are back. It's the 21st in-game, which is funny. Today is the 22nd. But it is December. You know what's best? Kind of mean the before and after photos of people who don't want any damn cats. I could never understand the notion of, oh no, I don't want any cats. Aside from people who are like, oh no, I'm allergic to them. But every single person I know who's allergic to cats still loves them. But yeah, it's always funny. They're like, oh no, I'll never want any cats, blah blah blah, and then suddenly the cat is the baby of the house. But yeah, we are back. We're mixing drinks. You guys want anything? You want something fruity and no alcohol? I think I can manage to do that actually. We probably have something fruity with no alcohol in it. If I remember correctly, we did already. Yeah, it said so. I dismissed the text, but it said that we already bought what we wanted because I did all that so we could continue right where we wanted to. So we're just gonna jump straight in and go to work. December 21st, getting close to Christmas. Good evening. Ah, Jill, good timing. Is it? You two always make me feel like I'm late. If it helps, that dog isn't coming until sometime later. Cats are love and destruction, I love them same. To lurk again to avoid spoilers. Okay! Good luck, thank you. Thank you. I hope you get to play this game soon. It's a very lovely game. Anyway, do you have something planned for Sunday? Watch silly mega Christmas specials with 1000 grams of black fur on my lap. Why? Your cat only weighs 1 kilo? That's not good. It should weigh a little more than that. I was thinking about holding a small mega Christmas party here this Sunday. You in? Sure, why not? Alright. Invite any client you're acquainted with, the more the merrier. You didn't bring your cat today. The raid stopped. They found whatever or whoever they were looking for. Huh. Anyways, we better start working. Yeah, you better. We better. We're just going to put the same song on as always and then turn the TV off because I'm very uncomfortable with that news lady looking at us the entire time. Time to mix drinks and change lives. Such a nice thing. It's such a small thing, but it's like you can immediately find out who has played Valhalla or who knows about Valhalla by simply repeating that sentence in some kind of conversation that is not necessarily about the game itself. Welcome to I want a fluffy dream. May I see your ID, please? I don't have an ID because I'm the ghost of Mega Christmas Past. I'll haunt you constantly unless you give me a fluffy dream. Do you have money to pay for the drinks? Well, do you? Yes, I have money. The girl asked for a fluffy dream, but she's got to be crazy if she thinks she's getting alcohol so easily. Ah, damn. Have you ever watched a video? No, I doubt I can pronounce it correctly. And I have never seen it. Alright, you look underage. You're not getting any alcohol. No. Optional Carmetrine? Nah. Optional Carmetrine, more like no Carmetrine. Here you go. Here's your fluffy dream. You gotta link it. Okay. Here you go. Wow, I actually got a drink. So, who are you here to stalk, Miss Ghost of Mega Christmas Past? Stalk? Oh, right, I'm a ghost. That guy. Yeah. Which employee did you leave without a Mega Christmas, Jill? Jill, please. It would have been funny if you reacted to that. Sorry, kid. I'm not in the mood to humor you today unless you have some sort of ID. Here. Well, in a year or so I would gladly serve you a drink. But until then, this is no place for you. But I already got a drink. But the drink doesn't have any alcohol in it. A non-alcoholic one. You didn't expect me to really give you a drink, right? So if you would please leave. I can leave, not after trying so hard to even get here. You have returned meow at thee. Meow. Mr. Interruption Meow from last time is currently right behind me. As well. So maybe we will hear him today. But he's sleeping right now. Alright, let's start from the beginning, Miss Norma.
In an over voice for 2 minutes. Meowing again, buddy.
How do you know my name? I saw your ID. It could have been a fake ID. Yeah, I was about to say, why would you make a fake ID that doesn't even put you at 18, no? I don't think you're stupid enough to make a fake ID that doesn't put you at 18 at the very least.
You're very sharp, Miss Bartender.
You look like a nice girl, Norma. Why come to a bar like this? You seem like you're in a bad mood, Miss Bartender. Nah, she's just like that all the time. Shut up. Sorry if I've been harsh. These last couple of days have been heavy. And having someone underage here reminds me of a certain incident from last week. Incident? Well, don't change the subject, young lady. Why did you come here? What do you care? I can do whatever I want. Unless it's illegal, in which case anyone can, should, and probably will stop you. I just wanted to be more wild, you know? I think your hair is already very wild, Norma. Wild. My mom puts way too many expectations on my shoulders. I've always been out to make sure I don't disappoint her. But it's never enough. It's not good enough to have good grades. She also wants me to go out and take a college preparation course. And I'm tired. I don't want to do things for her anymore. So you came to a bar. Maybe if I came back home smelling like alcohol, she would leave me alone. If I'm not good enough for her, I might as well kill any hope she has in me. You remind me of this client I had a little while ago. She passed out in the street and my boss brought her here. Your attitude reminds me of how she got once drunk. Huh? Yeah, bit about the pressure exerted on her. Hers was workplace pressure, but you still remind me a lot of her. Do it yourself then, Nora. So what of it? So, before you think anything else, calm down. I don't want you to go through what she went through. I am calm. So let me get this straight. You came here to make your mother disappointed. Yes. Do you like alcohol? Actually, I think it's nasty. Then you're doing things wrong. What? If you're gonna disappoint your mom, at least do it with something you like. Like, become a belly dancer because you want to be a belly dancer. Otherwise, you're just trying to hurt her for the sake of hurting her. Let's start with something. What do you like doing? I don't know. I've been so focused on trying to be good enough that I haven't been able to think about what I want to do. Don't you think you should start there? Eh? What good is doing something just for the sake of hurting someone? If she gets disappointed in you over something you like doing, you have the right to protest. But if you're hurting her by hurting yourself over something you don't enjoy, sounds silly, huh? Very. Go home. Do some self-discovery before hurting your mom, would you? Do some self-discovery before hurting your mom. Or at the very least, humor her until you're old enough to move out. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Miss Bartender. Call me Jill. Jill, alright. Careful out there. In the end, you did humor her for a bit. Shut up.
Oh, a doggy.
Hello, little girl. Oh shit, the dog is here. G and J, how are you doing? You're late. Missed me, Jay. You're too early. Good to see you here. Boss, will he be any good around here? I'm right here. I know. Of course, I spent lots of time training him. Why do you think he didn't show up last week? Because how the hell would I know you'd bring a part-timer dog? Here, let me show you. Sit. Sir, yes, sir. Roll. Sir, yes, sir. Paw. Sir, yes, sir. Training, of course. He's only shouting sir, yes, sir, and not doing anything else, though. I never said I did a perfect job. Is that a motorcycle? Shit! Hey, not in my office. Wait, what? In the end, he's just a dog, I guess. Hi, dude. Why do you have your goggles on your arm? You're lying for I shall perish. Yes? Bathroom? Oh, sorry, it's only for clients. I mean, isn't that normal? Like, at least here, I think it's pretty normal that you're only allowed to use the bathroom in an establishment if you are a client of said establishment, be that getting a drink or food or whatever. Promise me you'll buy something afterwards? It's that door over there. Who the hell are you? The other one! Sheesh. I said get off my desk! When the world's ending! It was just a motorcycle. There are 4 riders then. Those are horsemen and it already stopped. Thanks! Don't mention it. I need to buy something now, right? Oh, no, you don't have to. Sorry if it looked like I meant to inconvenience you. No, I'll order something. I need a rest anyways. What can I get you? Piano woman would be nice. Sorry, didn't hear you. I have a mass blast. Sure. A mass blast for biker guy. I think he said piano woman first though, so he's getting a piano woman. If he said piano woman first, so he's getting a piano woman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait! That thing has alcohol in it! I don't think you should be allowed to drive after drinking this. Well, I'll give it to him, but sure. You should not drive after this because you will be intoxicated. You look happy. Shut up. Is that motorcycle out there yours, Mr... Call me Mario, and yes, it's mine. Maybe he's crashing in the area. On a bed, not on a motorcycle. Well, I sure hope he's not crashing on a motorcycle. Sorry for the noise. Oh, don't worry, it's not like you stayed outside too long or anything. So, what do you work as, Mario? I live to paint the roads black with my wheels, leaving the trail of my engine sound wherever I go. Okay. I'm a rebel. Fuck the red lights, fuck the speed limits, fuck the helmet laws. The roads are mine and mine only. I am... Guys, I'm going outside with the dog. We'll advertise the bar. Hello, doggy! Hello, shady guy! Shady? I'll be back before long, don't worry. Alright. Careful. Who was she? My boss. She's my boss. She was cute. Not that you're not cute, and it's not like I'm into girls either. Okay, good for you. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I just... So, where do you work, Mario? I told you I'm a rebel, Rebels can't maintain those bikes for too long. What's your day job? I'm a delivery boy. Well... He sure is on the streets if he's a delivery boy. That's really appropriate, I guess. What do you deliver? I'm from a courier company, so it's kind of like mail, I guess. I'm always around the city and I know it like the palm of my hand. Speaking of knowing a city by like the palm of your hand, I do not know my city. Or like... Well, I was in several cities today because I went from one place to the other and I managed to go the wrong way like 5 times. And then I almost had a breakdown in my car because I just wanted to get home. That was fun. Ha. Sure, I might not remember every building, but I remember every intersection and every street. Nice. That's nice. I still can't take detours without feeling totally lost. Try guiding yourself with the help of landmarks. Around here, the Saber Station's antenna is a good reference. I mean, what do I care? Fix it yourself, bitch. Do you want anything else, Mario? I guess a Moonblast would be nice. Moonblast? Gut punch! Yeah, that one. He asked for a gut punch, but I'm pretty sure he asked for a Moonblast first. Yeah, you're getting that Moonblast. You get what you say the first time and nothing else. Fuck you. You just called me a bitch for no reason aside from wanting to be cool. It's not very cool to call someone a bitch. So here's your pink drink.
Bitch.
You wish you had a motorcycle? On one hand, I wish I could ride a motorcycle, but then again, I'm like, nah. It's always such a pain to wear all these clothes to go biking, so I'd rather not. Mentally vigil jumping over the counter, delivering an actual gut punch alongside the Moonblast. It would be fun. Like, here's your Moonblast, and also the gut punch you ordered. With their female dog, though, I don't know where that comes from. That you would call a female dog a bitch, but I only know the word bitch as a very degrading one, so I don't... Like, I do this towards not actual people, obviously, or with friends, but I wouldn't call someone out on the street a bitch. Just get yourself a Vespa and be the unstoppable you always wanted to be. I love Vespas. They're so cute. They're not very fast, but they're cute. And you can kind of get where you want to. It just takes a while. This is good. It's a Moonblast. Hey. No, never mind. Say, Mario, why do you try so hard to keep up that tough guy image? It isn't working? Maybe when you arrived and had to go to the bathroom, but after that you just look cute. Cute. So why do it? Bikers are supposed to be scary, right? Rebels that cause trouble and ride free from society's ties. Actually, all of the bikers I know are very nice people that help you out when you're in trouble. So I don't really get the tough guy image. I mean, it looks cool if you're wearing a leather jacket, but isn't it even cooler if you're also a nice person while wearing a leather jacket? You're not fond of two-wheeled bicycles? I hate bicycles. Miss me with that. I will ride every other thing. No problem. I like ice skating. I like roller skating. But fuck bicycles. You can drive them with normal licenses. Yeah, true. If we applied that brand of logic here, I should be wearing 1/3 of my clothes and lighting drinks on fire. I guess. You can do whatever you want and dress however you want. It's just that you look like you're trying so hard. Like you don't really enjoy that. It's not a lie. Who says you can dress as a bike and still be a nice kid? Yeah, but other bikers. That sounded like something someone in high school would say. Ah. It's just advice. Don't take it too personally. No, you're right. I don't have to be that way. Unless you want to. I ain't stopping you there. Yeah, but I don't. It's tiring and I don't feel good. If you want, you can try to stay quiet. You were pretty intimidating when you did that. I see. Will you have another drink or did you have too many already? I can handle another one. Get me a fringe weaver. Sure. He actually asked for a fringe weaver instead of just something manly. Good for him. He's going to get there. Riding bikes. When I have a car, when there's a chow. Oh. Wait. You're just getting the one that is all... I'm not letting you out of this thing. Is establishment. Not No, you're not going to ride that fucking motorcycle now. Don't like I know is a tough guy. Oh. Yep, that's the one. Thanks. Say, that guy over there. Jill, what's up with him? Are you dating him? No, we're co-workers. No. Is he seeing anyone? Not as far as I know. Do you think he... No, never mind, I said nothing. Thank you for everything. Please come again. Ah, Jill, you heartbreaking fuckboy! Eh, what? Nothing. I'll be taking my break now, Jill. Oh, okay, careful. Imagine shots with a bit of juice. Yeah. Kinda. Damn. Jill doesn't even know what's happening. And he broke someone's heart. That must be rough. Billy didn't smell like poo today. That's a new one. Yay! Good for him. Alright, back to business. Who the fuck keeps turning on the fucking TV? I swear to God. Shots is... You know shot glasses? Those really small ones? Like barely more than a bottle cap. High glasses. That's what people are talking about when they're going like... You take a shot of a drink. Is when you pour it into a glass like this. You don't know that's the problem here. That's why I'm trying to explain it. Ah! Anyway, they're really, really small glasses. Because if you take a shot of something, like if you take a shot of pure, I don't know, something really harsh, it's going to fucking burn your throat if you would drink more than a small amount. I'm not even sure if you fill a shot glass to the brim or if it's like just a drip or drop kind of in a shot glass. I don't know either. I'm not a big alcohol drinking person. It's the only a spoonful meme, but instead of a comically large spoon, it's a comically small glass. True. Back. Any luck? Don't Kenny told me to fuck off when I told him to pay and then disappear into the sunset on a pink bus, but no! I would pay! You make me sound like someone that does not pay for the services. I would pay. I managed to give out some flyers, but most people were distracted by the dog. It's a gremlin side of you. My inner gremlin would also pay. I had to tell them to go to the Red Sheba bar to get their attention. Oh. Anyway, I'm back to my office. You stay here. Fine. Just your response to being asked to pay. Fuck off while I slap the money on the table and leave. And I even give tips with it, like, keep the change. The door opens and the crowd goes wild when they see dog. Sup, little girl? What are you doing in a bar? Honey, some help here? Hey dog, I heard cats in the alley. Really? I'll check them out. Oh, Dorothy doesn't like dogs. Wow, you really are bad with dogs, eh? Did I make it too obvious? Why though? I don't know. Oh, hey John. Hey. I mean, it's not helping his case of you look like a John if he reacts to people calling him John. I think it's because I just got a trait at random. When my eyes are created, are given fears or tastes completely at random. I just happened to get stuck with the fear of dogs and chinchillas. Chinchillas? But they're so cute. Chinchillas are extinct though. What? What? Huh? Thank God. What do you mean chinchillas are extinct? Hello? No, my fluffy... I don't actually know what kind of animal tree the family they go to, but... Putting all the existential dread into one of the little... Fuck! That robot is depressed. What will you have? Well, it's the time of the month, so I'll have a Bleeding Jane. Coming right up. A Bleeding Jane for Dorothy in honor of the time of the month. Oh, blend. I accidentally added ice. I don't want to add ice. He's given up. Mentally facepalm was the drunk before him, calls him Stan as he staggers out the door, but serious. But yeah, he seems like the type of dude. I mean, I also have a feeling that even Jill is not his, like Jillian is not his real name. What are you doing just now? I'm eating. I'm snacking on my gummy worms. I can't really make it so you don't see it. That's why my mouth is always like. But I'm just snacking on gummy worms because I'm hungry. Well, not necessarily hungry, but I crave their taste. I like them a lot.
Can you get on the time? Can you get on the time? Yes.
I still have 4.5 kilograms of these things left. So I should eat them sometime. Also, don't ask. I accidentally bought 8 entire fucking kilograms of these. I was planning on buying like, I don't know, 3, so I would have them for a few months. But no, I bought 8. I crave their taste. Statements that sounds like a toilet out of context. Well. A time of the month. Do Linda menstruate? Yes, oil. Oh! No, silly, we don't. There are a few maintenance things we have to do every month, but those are a different story. Then what time of the month is it? The time when I feel like drinking a Bleeding Jane. I see. So how's business? You'd be surprised by how many people get struck by holiday depression and need some Dorothy in their lives. Man, I also get struck by holiday depression. Can I also get a Dorothy in my life? Although it's also the season with the most competition. I didn't know you had competition. Of course I do. Both humans and Lilim. Half of them got a sexy Santa dress and that's not fair. They were sold out. I wanted one too. But maybe it's better that way. How so? The other girls like to dress in skimpy clothes and show lots of skin. That scares off lots of people. I learned that the best way to maintain regulars is to just dress normally. Really? If I dress normally, they can just pretend I'm some acquaintance. No need to hide me until reaching a room. Hell, some even invite me to a dinner or a movie before anything else. Although I must say it's a bit hard to get a client in the first place. They can't tell what I do at a glance. And the first time they see me after a call, they think I'm just making a prank or something. Huh, I never saw it that way. Which reminds me, do you serve only humans or do you serve Lilim too? Humans only, but I do have an at least 40% organic policy. 40%? Human from the neck up, dicks preferably organic, but I can make exceptions. Okay, interesting. For females, I'm not so strict though. Why? Do you know someone that might be interested? No, just mere curiosity. Well, your curiosity left me thirsty. Get me a blue fairy, a big one, would you? Sure. Alright. A big blue fairy for the small pink-haired pixie. Oh, that's cute. I wish they had made a plushie of Dorothy as well, because they made a plushie of, Oh wait, I need a big anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Because they made a plushie of Jill, which I own. But not of any of the other characters as far as I'm aware. Here you go. I wonder if anyone has seen fairies after a couple of these. Some guy tested out by drinking as many as he could. He thought he saw one, but he was dizzy and what he'd seen was his puke. Ooh. Ew. You know, earlier today there was a mega Christmas spirit around here. What about it? Then I'm realizing I made a fuss about serving drinks to someone underage, but here I am. Nothing in particular, just a funny story. I have a funny story myself. It's a mega Santa prank. Hunt Dorothy plushie that sees your paps and calls you an idiot. I would buy one. The what? It's a prank I pull every year. First, I pick a mole, wait for a day with lots of people. Then I go to Santa's lab, and when he asks what I want, I say in the most innocent tone I can muster,
I want you to make me a woman.
Sometimes I try to cover it up. The little one wants to be human. It's then when I say, no, I want you. After that I say, well, at the very least I want a dildo, a big pink one, or a very bumpy cucumber. Sometimes I spice it up. Instead of cucumbers, I ask for a pony and a crane to lift him. I once thought about screaming, help, I'm being molested. But I remembered it was a prank. I didn't want to ruin the guy's life. Oh my god, Dorothy! How considerate. Although I did get a client that way, he became a regular soon after. Huh. Wait. One of the people who would dress up as Santa who you pulled the prank on became your client after? Well, that's one way to get them. Not stop until every Toho character is haunted. Toho plushie haunted. Honestly. I do not have a single Toho plushie, which is a crime. It's a crime, because at the time when I was really... Like, I'm still into Toho, but like... low-key. I'm not up to date with the new games or anything ever since. I think the last one I really checked out was 13, and that's already been a few years. But... at the time when I was really big into Toho, I didn't have the money to really get stuff for it, right? Like plushies, figurines, whatever. I do have one Toho figurine, but that's it. I don't have any plushies or anything. It's a cause, look at the little troublemakers. But yeah, 3 years and I still don't get that. It's always me. Oh yeah, how old are you? Old enough for anything you want. Numbers, I need numbers. Are you really asking a girl her age that way? Okay then, tell me your age first. 27. Not fair, you didn't get fidgety or anything like that. Fine, I'll tell you. My model is designed to look between 10 to 30 years old, but my last checkup said my mental age was 24. Oh, how long since you've been deployed? That's a secret I'll keep with me. Fair enough. I expected you to get all uncomfortable talking about your age though, why didn't you? With how dangerous everything's been lately, every year you get matters. Getting older isn't a curse, it's an achievement. Oh! That's a really nice thing to say, actually. You should make a shirt with that, because if you don't, I will. Feel free to do so. Do you want anything else? Let's see. Oh, a cobalt velvet. It's been a while since I've tried one of those. Alright. You've seen a lot of things about Toho, but I haven't totally gotten into it besides the banger songs. I mean, to be fair, the banger songs are a very big part. The games itself are just not for me. I'm not good at all the shooting stuff. You know, the shoot 'em ups, and I'm not good on those. At those. So I'm there for the story and the characters. And the songs, I guess. I'm not... There was a time when I knew every single character and where they appeared and what stage they were at and stuff like that, and there was a time when I wanted to draw every single Toho character, but then I never really got farther than like one drawing of Reimu and one drawing of Marissa and maybe one other character, and then I lost the fun of it. She said, despite some of the things I enjoy, only one singular fanatic on total. Aww. One day I will make newer plushies. Maybe. I wish I could sue. Lots of info. Yeah. You know how there's... You know those... Everyone knows someone who knew or still knows all of the Pokemon, right? Well, I never knew all of those, but I could tell you every single fucking Toho character, which is also a lot of characters by this point. Yep, this is the one. Do you like it? I don't dislike it. I guess I'm not mature enough for these drinks. Hey, honey, what day's today? Wednesday. No, the number. Number 24 for the first. Shouldn't you know that? I'm a Lilim, not a calendar. I thought you would know that much. Next, you're gonna tell me to make some convoluted calculation. You can't? I could if I put my mind to it, but it's not something I have quick access to. Yeah, fuck math. Fuck mental math. New merch incoming. Yeah! And I was fond of many designs since then. Well, that's fair. Please spare of knowing anything about what we're seeing. I don't know what that is supposed to say. It all becomes hazy for me. Yeah, I don't know. The last one I checked out was 13. And that's it. YouTube poop and visa. Okay. Yes, I have an inner calendar and a calculator, but those are used in lots of other operations every second. I could do all that, but it's a lot quicker to just ask you. I see. Why do you need the date though? I have something to do on the 26th. I've been avoiding it for a while now. What's happening with the TV? You know a lot of myths about Greek mythology, but now I can't remember much. Oh, big mood. Big mood. Also, there was a time as a child when I was really obsessed with everything ancient Egypt. And I forgot every single fucking thing. To be fair, when I was really, really small, I could also tell you every single fucking car we would pass. Like, that's a BMW type whatever, or that's a Peugeot, or blah blah blah. I could tell you all of these. Now I see a car and I go, oh, that's black. Oh, that's a white car. Wow. Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you? So spot me makes myself spot. It's Bad Apple. Bad Apple is a classic. Which is so funny because the very original Bad Apple wasn't even that big a song. Just that one remix. Cavalry charge! Hold the line! Big brain knew it. Yeah. When I was a child, I knew so many things, and now I'm like, oh, I did do things today. I already forgot what else I was supposed to do. Hey. And as soon as someone asks me if I've done X, Y thing, I go, oh fuck, now I remember what it was I was supposed to do. And the BMW is a 335, or whatever the fuck, I don't care. It's a car, it drives, and it's probably expensive as hell. Oh, but don't worry, it's nothing dangerous or anything like that, just heavy. Wait, actually. There's one thing I remember, and that's like all of the plot in video games and manga and stuff that I read. We talked about this last time. I don't know. Maybe that's why I can't remember anything else, because it's all just filled with so many stories. You don't even care anymore, honestly, fair. We're just living our lives. Would you like some help? Would you help me? If you tell me what it is you need help with. Maybe later. I have to go now. See you later. Bye bye. Do you think she really can access calendars and calculators that easily? I guess it's kind of like how even if a text processor can access the computer's calendar, you don't use it for that. Why didn't you tell her you missed her yesterday? Forgot about it. I didn't find any cats. Why not look again? Good idea. Oh, hi. Huh, another kid. Maybe the bar got popular at some middle school. That would be a hassle. Cool thing about knowing how to read batch numbers on BMWs is that you can call people on their bullshit. Yeah, there's this sporty model, very cool and fancy dudes. It says here it's a diesel. So you don't need to listen to people bullshitting in the first place. Hey. So the games is really good. I also have a thing when I got some nuclear bombs. Oh gods, maybe Alma was right. Right about what? Well, the other day I was asking her opinion on the whole Alice Rabbit thing. before the whole massive transmission hack thing. And at some point she talked about hacking becoming a fad and said, imagine if suddenly a group of tweens broke into this bar and started asking for drinks. And today there have been 2 kids already. Or maybe this person just looks very young and is not actually a kid and is now slowly getting upset. How would bartending become a fad? Maybe a cartoon. Kids' cartoons don't show any alcohol. True. They don't? They don't? They don't? When's the last time I watched a kids' cartoon? I think legitimately the last thing I watched that is considered a kids cartoon. Is Gravity Falls considered a kids cartoon? Because like, I kind of rewatched a lot of it. I guess they really don't show... Do they show alcohol in there? I don't know. The engine displacement is for petrol and D for diesel. Bruh, all I know is that gas prices are going up and it's expensive and I have to spend a bunch of money on just being able to move my car and it sucks. Excuse me, miss. This is no place for kids, so you should... Jill, she's staring too much and she's saying nothing. You and your newfangled Audi. What the? It's not even new! What are you talking about? She's not ordering anything, she's not causing trouble, and there's nothing inappropriate here. I mean, nothing inappropriate aside from alcohol, but alcohol is everywhere anyways. 2016 is very much new. But I didn't get it new. Is what I'm trying to say. Newer does not have a new car. So what do you suggest? Let her be. Maybe she's just curious about the bar. She's saying nothing. Maybe she's curious and shy. Also, it's rude to speak about people you have in front of you like they can't hear you. Yeah. Jill. There! How the hell did I startle you? Person you have a profound hate for all German cars? Aww. Get out my stream. I drive a German car. What do you want? Can you help me out here with a beer? Right. A beer for Jill. Haven't I seen that girl before? Isn't that the little sister of your ex or something that we saw in that one picture? I honestly don't remember. I feel like it could be the little sister of the ex. Both rejoice in your hatred over L. Here. Except new is fine. And the new is a car. Thanks. And lower your guard a bit, please. Oh, yeah, before I forget. The disposal unit comes on Sunday. Do you have any expired ingredients on your side? Oh, right, yeah. There's a bottle of Carmetrine that's like a month past expiration. Put it by the sink so I remember to dispose of it. Thanks. Hey, miss. Yes? Are you happy? Am I happy? Well, that's a weird question. I'm not sad, I guess. I'm not jubilant, but... No, I mean, are you happy with your life? With your choices? Deep question. I mean, I might have 1 or 2 regrets, but I guess it could be worse. Regrets? Yeah, I mean, don't we all? I see. Hey, Jill. Again. Aren't you a bit on edge? Maybe. What do you want? Didn't you borrow the screwdriver the other day? I did. Why? I forgot to take the coins from the arcades in the corner last week, so I needed to take them out. Oh, let's see. Here. It's not like I see much action these days anyways. Chump change is still money. Pocket change has saved my ass many times. Small car good. What, did you throw it in someone's face while escaping? That only happened once and the old lady started it. What? Right. Why doesn't arcade still use coins nowadays, or physical money when you get down to it? For the reason arcades still exist, nostalgia. I have never been to an arcade. No, that's not true. I have been to one singular arcade while I was in Japan, and then we didn't even really play anything in there. We just went in there, so because we were in a, like, we met up with a few friends, and also, like, the friend I was with had done an exchange year some years ago, and by pure coincidence, another guy who also had done an exchange year the same year as her, so they were in the same class, was also visiting Japan while we were there. So obviously they shared a friend group, and we met up with those friends, and then they went, oh hey, this and that guy is also currently in Japan, so let's all meet up. Problem here is both of those, like both my friend and that other guy, did not like each other. So imagine we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 7 people. 2 of whom do not speak Japanese, because I do not speak Japanese, and the guy who was visiting with that guy was also not able to speak Japanese. Everyone else speaks Japanese. So we were a very big group. And we went to karaoke and stuff, and we went into that one arcade just so because it was the closest place that had a photo booth machine, so we could take pictures as a group of 7. Now imagine cramming 7 people into one singular photo booth. That's the only time I went to an arcade while I was in Japan. I couldn't even play a single thing in there. I just remembered, and we don't have any of these things here, I think. At least I've never seen one in Germany. One of the happiest scenes in the game. Jill's just talking Jill and Chad is talking about anything but the game. Yes! As it should be. You've never even seen an arcade in my life. Well, I've seen pictures of them. Some store there's still some game machines and Cornerstone. Some. Ah, yeah, we don't even have that, I think. Like, the most arcade-ish thing I've ever seen is like a claw machine where they have like, I don't know, stupid shit in the supermarket. Like some years ago they had claw machines in the supermarket, but the stuff that's in there is not even worth anything. They only have slots. Okay, back to the deep game. Hey miss. Yeah? Do you recognize me? I think she's a little sister, no? Recognize you. I want to say I do, but sorry. Really? You can't remember your own sister's face? Wait, what? Sister. Sorry, but I don't have any sister. Not even a sister-in-law. Ah, see? No way. Gabby, is that really you? God, I'm so sorry, but you've just grown so much since I last saw you. How long has it been? 3 years. Right. So you know her? Yeah, she's actually my ex's sister. So how have you been doing? I actually had to transfer schools and I managed to skip a grade thanks to the admission tests. I'll be out of middle school next year. You've always been a smart one, so it's no surprise. Have you thought about what you want to study in college? You always said you wanted to be a scientist. I don't know yet. I guess I still have a couple of years to think about that. Well, don't feel pressured about that. Maybe you need a sabbatical year. I'm sorry, what? So, how's Lenore? Wait, who's Lenore? Her sister. She was my girlfriend. So you actually had a relationship with something that's not a cat. Color me surprised. Hey, don't talk shit about my baby. So, how's Lenore doing? She's dead. What? Sorry, I don't think I heard right. My sister's dead, Jill. She died last Saturday. I came all the way to tell you the news. Come on, Gabby, stop fooling around. No, you stop fooling around. I mean, wow. My sister was left to suffer her disease alone while you were all merry here mixing drinks and chatting. Wait, Lenore was sick? Of what? Since when? Localized nanomachine rejection and gave her a heart attack? She started complaining about chest pains not long after you left. Was all the talk about getting your freedom worth it, Jill? Was your right to be merry worth the life of my sister? Why are you lashing out at me like that? Did I infect her with the disease that killed her? No, but it's too much of a coincidence that she started getting worse and worse right after you left. She got visibly sick after your fight, and it'd be no surprise if that fight played a key role in killing her. But that's just speculation. You can't expect. And all of that because you wanted freedom. What kind of freedom is so enticing that it makes you hurt a nice 3-year-old relationship? Was this freedom so important you cut all contact with us? Was this freedom so good you left everything behind? Was this freedom worth the life of my... Shut up! Well, I feel bad that your sister's dead, but it's not my fault. I didn't kill your sister, for fuck's sake. It's not like I infected her with that nanomachine rejection. Hell, this is the first time I've even heard she was sick. And do you really know what kind of fear drove me to have that argument with your sister? Do you even understand the fear of feeling your youth slip through your fingers? Do you think it was all easy for me? I was scared. I'm still scared, but I needed to grab a hold of my life. But it has nothing to do with your sister. I loved her. Do you think that fight didn't hurt me too? Idiot. I'm not going to scream. Well, that's a thing. Okay. I know I played the game before, but I forgot about this. It's been a long time since I last played the game. I'll make sure that girl gets to wherever she wants to go safely. Meanwhile, Chief... I know. Come on, Jill. Let's take you home. Damn! What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Home sweet home. Hey, Jill. You wanna grab something to eat? I'm not hungry. Want me to come in? Keep you company? Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to be alone for a bit. Jill, you can tell me what you're feeling. It's okay. It's not okay. It's not. Come here, Jill. Come here. It's just, I feel like part of me is crumbling right now. My old girlfriend was sick and I didn't know anything about it. His sister came to deliver the news and she held nothing but animosity for me. And not only that, but I lashed out at her too. History fucking repeats itself. Maybe if I hadn't cowered back then and apologized. Maybe if I wasn't such a selfish little shit. Maybe... Thanks, boss. I really needed this. Do you want me to stay with you today? Thanks, but I actually need some time for myself. Some me time to put my thoughts in order. Yeah, I understand. But don't do anything funny, you hear me? If any weird thoughts come to you, or if you feel too anxious, call me. Yeah. Hey, 4, she's in your care, you hear? Meow. Remember to call me. I'll call you later to check on you nonetheless. Remember, I'm here for you anytime, bonus. Jill is feeling down, but she really liked that cutesy game poster she saw. Buying it will prevent her from getting too distracted. Have a nice day. Thanks. This one. Poster for some cutesy game about a pink-haired witch flying on a broom. I think that's the one you can actually play in the game that I never managed to beat because it's a shoot 'em up and I'm not good at shoot 'em ups. Well, it's a side-scrolling shoot 'em up. So, Did I read this one? Yes, I did. Makis are releasing EKDV1H6 update. Is this the greatest thing to ever grace planet Earth? I literally can't stop touching myself. Such a high quality release. But why is the camo blurry? I think it's a regulation for the civilian models. Something's off. I'd be all over this normally, but I can't seem to get excited over this. You should taste the showing. No, I just think I'm kind of I'm kind of tired of the same thing over and over. That's what happens when you consume way too much fucking military equipment and weapons. Yeah, I think it's that. I better stop buying so many weapons already or I'll never find pleasure in them again. Any word on the karma stuff for other civilian weaponry? They said they were going to announce more stuff on a later date. I like porn, you guys. This thread is closed. Invisible guns. I think they use it for cute patterns. Yeah, nice. I have a gun, but at least it has a cute pattern on it. For calling Dana, but it's for, you know. she's like crying and Dana goes, "For, be, you know, keep her safe," and then she just goes, meow. 66 American Kid returns, challenges Giant Yusuke to title match. Ever since Giant Yusuke won the GSF belt, he's had nothing but negative responses from fans. Challenger after challenger has tried to take the title away from the imposing giant, but nearly all of them were injured in the process. 66 American Kid surprised the GSF world by returning to action almost 4 months earlier than expected, and then challenging Giant Yusuke to a title match on January 4th at the Super Silver Thunderdome. This January, I'll become the champion GSF deserves. 66 American Kid proclaimed during a promotion in front of 25,000 fans in the Kokoro Hall. I wish I knew more about wrestling, sounds exciting. So meow. New act proposes increased surveillance. We have nanomachines tracking people 24/7, however, due to the violent protests that have taken place recently, Prime Minister Quincy is now proposing a new law that will allow the government to shut down anyone with nanomachines in their body using a pulse signal. Many people died during the protests, and that could have been avoided if we had more control over the masses, Quincy said during a parliament meeting. We have the technology to simply shut down lawbreakers. It's a non-lethal way to end any kind of conflict, and it's common sense to use it at this point. When asked about the possible negative consequences, Quincy refused to make any further comments. More nanomachines. It's all a smokescreen to divert attention. Yeah. If they can just shut down everyone who's nanomachines in their body, that's definitely some kind of infringement on your personal rights, I feel. Like on your body. Thank you for the hydro time. Kiramiki Encore concert announced. And thank you for the postage check. Fans of the famous cyber idol Kiramiki are in for a huge party, all thanks to the announcement of a second concert in Glitch City Silver Thunder's Superdome. I'm so excited to extend my visit, declared the cyber idol during an interview. Tickets are now up for sale and expected to disappear in a matter of minutes, so be quick and secure the best spots. You can get tickets from the following retailers: Ticket Lord and Idol Hell. Good for her! Good for her! I bought the poster so we can go. Good evening! Why is the fucking TV on? Are you okay? I feel like shit. You sure you should have come then? You earn all the right to stay at home. I have to come. I threw away everything I had in my life to be here. People I loved were pushed aside just so I could enjoy my freedom of being here. My stupid, stupid freedom. So I will come here until I die, even after the bar closes, until my hair falls out. You're the one who looks like she's about to fall apart. Your eyes are red and swollen. Yeah, well, your hair is hairy. Yes, it is. Who was the dipshit that changed the order of the glasses? It was me. I was the one washing dishes yesterday, remember? Oh yeah, I was too busy staring at my crumbling life and all that. Why don't you go home, Jill? You're in no position to deal with people right now. Go home, rest a bit. My ex-girlfriend died and I wasn't there to see her one last time. All because of a fight I spent all these years regretting and wishing to, but never actually apologizing for. My decision to assert my freedom and grab a hold of my life led me to this. A bartender strapped for cash that distanced herself from her loved ones for no other reason than selfishness. So I won't fucking leave. I threw all of that away to be here, so here I will stay. This is what I wanted. This is why I left all of that behind. This is why... See, you're starting to sound like a broken record. Oh, leave her be. I'd rather have her here than be alone in her apartment. How are you feeling, Jill? I feel like a shitting piece of shit. I'm the lowest of any possible life form you might find. Nanobes? Look down to me in disgust, knowing they're far superior. You're spirited, that's good. Where's the man? Working with Sarah. At Sarah. I know what I said. In any case, let Jill process her anger. It's perfectly normal to feel our way. Nanobes? And here she's surrounded by people that care about her. That's a lot better than leaving her to fend for herself. I mean, as smart as 4 might be, he's still just a cat. Then why not have Jill stay but not serve anyone today? What part of I won't leave didn't you understand? I didn't leave everyone behind to just sit and do nothing. Fine. What do we do if she lashes out at a client? That's why you're here, Jillian Pliskin. Who? Hey, Jill. What? I'll be in my office, but if you need a break or a hug, just tell me. Aww. A hug would be nice. Oh, you already put on music. This is gonna be an interesting day. The Hall of Heroes keeps shining, brimming with the... Do I smell tacos? Wait, it's outside, never mind. Oh, hell no. We meet again, bartender. Virgilio, what can I get you? Today the luminous pollution on the streets make it seem almost like a starry sky. And when I think about stars, I think about celebrities. Celebrities are fishy, and my favorite fish is the octopus. So I want something octopus-like. A what? Thank you for the pet. Aren't you gonna do a weird bartending thing? I'm waiting for you to order like a decent human being. I'm not following. Spell out your order like you're a human who's not in need of medical help. Fine then, I want a sparkle star. Sparkle star. Sparkle star for them. Alright. Let's give him a bunch of alcohol in it. He deserves a bunch of alcohol. I want to see him shit-faced drunk. 8 arms. Maybe something related to the number 8. Maybe. See? Was it that hard? Have you tried to spell under pressure? You look angry, spelling bartender. Are you having that time of the month or something? Fuck off. No, I'm just filled with ridiculous amounts of anger, pain, and self-hate, and... On second thought, you're not that far from the truth, I guess. I get those too, you know? Periods. You do. Yes, last month I finally got over my renaissance and moved to my enlightenment. Oh my god. I'm going to kick in your kneecaps. And he was thinking you'd get to say something serious for once. Are you implying I'm not serious? Glaring holes through me will do nothing. I'm glare immune. But if you allow me to give you a sincere piece of advice... Whatever, it's not like it'll help. You shouldn't kid yourself so much. If you keep it up, any chance of finally forgiving yourself will someday be gone. Self-hate will leave you with a hole that will never heal. So please take measures against it instead of sulking so much. I'll be damned, that actually sounded half sensible. And here I was thinking you were just a pompous lunatic. Hey, pompous lunatics have stories too. Really? What story? I would rather not tell. Figures. You want anything else? Have you ever seen how the... A bad touch? Bad touch, whatever. Oh, she's down bad. She's not even making funny jokes about the bad touch. Damn. She's in a really, really bad position right now. Here. Yeah, I guess this is the one. Maybe he's right and I shouldn't be so hard on myself. Even though I deserve every second of it. If If only I had apologized earlier, I might not be feeling this way right now. If only I can't even remember what helped me from apologizing all these years. Bartender, you're making lots of faces there? Pride, fear, what kept me from going out and apologizing to Lenore? I can't even fucking remember what feeling kept me from fixing this whole situation. Can't I at least find solace in whatever feeling it was that brought me to this situation? Great, now I'm feeling even worse thanks to not being able to master whatever feeling held me. Is she okay? No, but just leave her be for now. Hey, Jill! Eh? Oh, thank God, a normal person. Mummy! No, I don't have kid. Mummy? Sorry. Mummy? Sorry. Still more normal than this twat. How are you feeling, Sai? My bones are still broken, but at least the cuts are healing nicely. Thank God I'm not someone that scars easily. I mean, wounds don't leave me marks. It'd be a problem if I couldn't get scarred tissue. What happened to you? Fell off 2.5 stories into some trash and rubble. You look better though. Last time you came, you looked like you were about to collapse emotionally. I guess. You're the one who looks like it now though. How do I put it? It's like when I quote you your full name but magnified. Yeah, don't mind me too much. I'm in a bad mood. Anything I can do? Please forgive me if I suddenly lash out at you or anyone else. Do you want something? My tongue's not so sensitive today, so let's have a beer. And you? Such a change in tone. I'm fine, I don't need anything. Okay, 1 beer then. Let's make a beer. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, mix. No, mix, not ice. Here you go. Here. Yay, let's see if there are any differences from the canned ones. And this one tastes less watered down. So, did something happen to you? I'm fine, nothing's happened to me. People who are fine don't act like that. Oh, I get it, you're in those days. When it's that time of the month, I get a bit sulky. No, I'm not on my period. No? I'm dealing with the loss of someone, okay? Oh! Sorry. Don't worry. Maybe I shouldn't have come today after all. No, maybe... Are you alright? I'm trying to find something to say. Making a joke would be tasteless, and I can't say everything will be alright without it sounding... Oh, wait. Actually, cheap. I'm at a loss of what to do here, sorry. Wanna hear something weird? I was exactly like that when Stella came here on Monday talking about you. Oh. Well, ladies, I'm leaving. Virgilio? Yeah? You were just sitting with a Valkyrie. Really? Splendid! This will make a good entry in my poems blog. I feel bad about the way I treated him today. If not for the fact that he was being cryptic with his orders for no good reason. Like Stella when she first came? Yes! No! I mean... You could have given him a free beer or something and apologized. Yeah, I just keep messing things up with people. But you know, he seemed familiar. Familiar? Yeah, I can't put my finger on it though. I just feel like I've seen him somewhere. Oh well, might just be that he looks like someone from an ad or something. Wait, who was he based on? Wasn't he based on some kind of... actor or something? So, what brings you here? I want to come with Stella, so I'm waiting for her. Why here? To be with you, of course. That reminds me, how did Stella react when you arrived? She slapped me real hard, it hurt. She said that's for making me worried and not listening to me, and then she became happy. James Stephanie, stand on an active video game critic and review. Right. Ah, yes. Huh. Can I ask whose loss you're dealing with? You shouldn't be bothered with it. Just pretend I'm in a bad mood and call it a day. Oh, okay. Think it over, that's the main thing people learn about them now. What, the video game critic or the wrestler? You really want to know, huh? I can't help it. I don't like seeing people sad. I just need to know context, not detail. Someone to whom I said some mean things. Mean thing to passed away before I could ever see her again. The wrestling part? Oh, okay. Does that work? Yeah, sorry. Knowing I can't do anything helps me calm down, but... I mean, it's not that I wouldn't help, I just... Calm down, I get it. I can't contain myself when I see people in need. But I've learned that there are times when you just can't do anything, and that's kinda fine. Thank God I learned that, otherwise I would have gone insane ages ago. You're a good person, say. Nah, I'm just an annoying girl. I feel like I tend to be overblown, but I know nothing about this person. Like, neither about the wrestling nor about the actor and the video game critic stuff. None. Still, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I've broken bones, but that doesn't mean I can't offer emotional support. You could always order another drink. Oh yeah, that. Let's do that. Give me something cold, please. Alright. Let's give Say something with eyes. There's a lot of things with eyes, aren't there? Here. It's pretty cold outside though. Yeah, but I don't like hot or warm drinks. They make me feel nauseous. Also, she's in a tank top. I don't think she's cold. You know what cheers me up? What? Singing. Hearing people sing helps too. Do you sing? I mean, did you take singing lessons or something? No. People have told me my voice is pretty nasty actually, but they've also told me I'm good with the harmonica. So you play the harmonica? I needed something to do some breathing exercises with, and a harmonica is a lot smaller than a tuba. And I guess if you practice enough, you become decent. That's something I didn't expect. I hear that a lot. I know I don't look like a musical type. I used to play the violin right until I was 16 or so. Really? Can you still play? The violin's at my mom's house, so I don't have it with me. But I guess I could. It's one of those things you don't forget easily. Why did you stop? I don't know. One day I just felt like stopping, no deep reason behind it. Just like me and cooking. Oh! That, and almost burning my place up. Yeah? When's Stella coming? Now you mention it, she's a bit late. Let me call her. You do that? I'm going to take my bike. Tell Jill if you need anything else. Sure. Let's do that. See. Stella and Say make me a bit jealous. Back. Looks like you've calmed down. I still feel like kicking myself, make no mistake. Who keeps turning on the fucking TV? But I guess I cooled down a bit. Say helped a lot with that one though. I just can't stay mad when I see her. Speaking of which, where is she? I believe she went outside to look for that Stella girl or something. The way you are right now, it feels like I should be protecting you. Hey, the only thing hindering me is a broken arm. I've gone into burning buildings with a 2 centimeter deep cut. Yeah, I remember that one. 1 millimeter more and you would have lost the motor function in your arm. Welcome. Hello Jill. What's this about protecting who? Yeah, I'm sort of like Stella's unofficial bodyguard, but I'm not really fit for such duties right now. My father insists I go everywhere with protection, so most of the time I only ask Say if she feels like going out. She's trained to deal with the kind of things that bodyguards deal with anyway. And she's more fun to hang around with too. So I'm assuming that gorilla outside is a bodyguard. That's Buster, pretty cool guy. He played football professionally until he lost his leg in a demolition derby. We've offered him an implant surgery for all his years of service, but he rejects it every time. Well, he got used to the replacement he's using, so maybe it's for the best. It's a thick oak branch on a metal bowl tied to a stump. And yet he can still run faster than me with it. True. Do you want something? I'm fine right now. A Brantini, a big one. I'm in a good mood. Ooh, a big Brantini. Because you're in a good mood. A Brantini and a big one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. All aged and mix. Brantini! Here. After all these years, I still don't get why the finest and most expensive things come in small packages. Ever tried to go to a restaurant only for them to serve you a really small portion of some fine food? Sometimes you just want to stuff yourself with really cheap food. Sometimes? I don't get the exclusivity, is that a word? Behind really expensive gourmet food, and then you have like this really small portion that's like the size of your thumb at most. Like, I'd rather get cheaper food that actually has me filled and not hungry afterwards, question mark. That I probably pay like a third of the money for. Someone who's never been to a restaurant, I cannot relate to the first half of the statement. You have never been to a singular restaurant in your life? Or do you mean like a gourmet kind of restaurant where they serve this kind of food? Because I've also never been to a gourmet kind of restaurant because I don't really see the point in it. Why would I spend like, I don't know, I don't even know how much money it is, but like, why would I spend so much money just to get like a really small portion of food? Say, let's go for some hamburgers later. I'm not taking a no for an answer. I know what you mean when you say some, you know. You're thinking restaurant, not a fast food shack. Well, but still. You've never gone to a restaurant, like an Italian place where you would get a pizza or pasta and stuff? Or a Chinese restaurant? You might as well call the police and tell them to repair... Yeah, you might as well call the police and tell them to repair everything in advance, sure. You might as well call the place. Fast food restaurant once, if yes, because low-end restaurants where you've not been there, not done that. Huh. Okay. Can I ask you two something? Sure. I guess. How did you two meet? Stella showed up in the park I used to play at when I was a kid. We played a couple of times, she started showing up more and more, and that was it. My father told me that when I was 5, I kept insisting on going to a real kids park. We drove for some time, and the park I liked was the one I happened to be at. Have you ever seen a girl in a dress go to a muddy park? She learned her lesson and started showing up with more fitting clothes. But man, that's a scene I can't forget. Oh, she's embarrassed. She's blushing. So you two have known each other for most of your lives? I've known her longer than I've known my own father. Why the question? No reason, you two just look so comfortable with each other. Any other person could have sworn you were an item. An item? What kind of item? A couple, say. Oh, yeah, I get it now. It's funny because we actually earned a mock prize of sorts for best couple at Stella's high school. 3 years in a row. So you two didn't go to the same high school? Nope. Oh. Don't you have any childhood friends, Jill? Childhood friends. Can't think of any. My grandpa, I guess. What kind of man was he? Gruff. The kind to eat raw Bronson roots every morning. Ooh. But around me, he was different. I have memories of him barking orders to my dad, only to turn around and play with me gently. It's interesting though. He was my mom's dad, but after my mom and dad separated, he stayed with my dad. But yeah, he's the one that comes to mind when I think about childhood friends. Oh. Hey Jill, what's this bloom like? A spicy drink. Tastes nice the first time, but it gets samey after a while. It's also brown for some reason. Give me one of those, please. I'll have one too. On it. We don't even have anything between takeaway, fast food, and expensive restaurant for the Stellas of the real world. Oh, okay. There was we had a nice Italian place we sometimes went to. The one time we were the only ones in there. And... oh, I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? 2, 3, 4. And the owner was like the only person in there. Which is fine, right? Oh, it's HN on the rocks. That's what I did wrong. And he was like, I'm so sorry. I have to go out really quickly. You guys can just stay here and eat though. And we just sat there like... wait. What? But you can't just go out. What if we steal something? And the guy was like, no, I know you guys. You wouldn't steal anything. We just sat there like... huh, so do we just wait until he comes back? What the fuck? And it's not like we were regulars at the place. We were there like 3 times before at most, over the course of several years. We did not know these people personally. They were just went like, yeah, it's okay, just stay here, keep eating, it's fine. So that was interesting. No, but like, why would you make a drink brown? Like, wouldn't you make a drink that's called Bloom Light, a color that better fits the name? Maybe that's what she means. I don't know, I kind of like it. Yeah, but after the 3rd one, it starts tasting like sand. Spicy sand, but sand nonetheless. Coke Pepsi's also brown. Yeah, but also we all know that that literally consists of only like the worst things. You can imagine. Yet I still drank like half a bottle earlier. Hehehehe. Coke is not doing. Who is dimming the light? Huh. I guess she had too much before I came. Well, that and that she must still be tired. From the whole bank thing. She told me about everything that happened in there. To be honest, I don't think I would have made it in her place. I guess I should be thankful for the nanomachine treatment she went through as a white knight. Treatment. Trauma suppressors. Basically, it helps with the healing process of PTSD. Man, I wish I had some of those.
Basil, hey, good evening. How are you?
It's mandatory for every white knight, regardless of division. Oh. Still, healing can only do so much. For 3 days, that bank was hell, and poor Say is still paying for it. It's 3 AM and I woke up 3 hours ago, damn. When did you go to sleep? Say and Stella are my favorite couple, they're really cute. The disbanding of the White Knights and subsequent persecution of those who were identified as former members, it's unfair, you know, among all the people using the White Knights to further their own goals. Say was one of the few that actually believed in what they were supposed to do. You slept at like 6 the moment you reached home from work. Aw, understandable. That's understandable. It paid off though. The doctor who treated her wounds was the same one she's always assisted with accidents and emergencies. He treated her at no cost whatsoever. Well, good karma and all that. She's earned the god's favor, I think. But you know, all of that made me realize I might be a bad person. How? When I saw Say, wounded, asking for help, a part of me was happy. After all this time meeting her, she finally needed me. I felt truly useful to her for the first time. How sad is that? Sometimes the best help one can provide is to stay alive. Who knows? Maybe it was the idea of coming back to you that helped her. And I guess you wouldn't be human without thoughts like those once in a while. Maybe. Can I get you anything else? I'm good. I should be leaving actually. Come Say, let's get hamburgers and go home. Yeah. We'll be leaving now. Thank you. Please come again. Feeling better? No, I just don't reek of rage. But I still feel like a piece of shit. Little steps, I guess. Hello? Ah, Kim, welcome. I was afraid I'd mix up the directions and end up in someone's house or something. What can I get you? I have a sunshine cloud, please. Sure. Let's give a sunshine cloud to Kim. Let's hope her work situation has cleared up a little. We haven't seen her in a while. Optional Karmatrine. You think she wants some Karmatrine? Let's give her like 1. Full Karmatrine. No! She just came in. A sunshine cloud, which for some reason is red. No, it's orange actually. Optional Karmatrine. Yeah. I don't want to get the people too drunk. No! Here. Thanks. So, how's work on the web paper? Oh, I quit. What? Yep, I went to the office of that chauvinistic horseblower and told him I quit. Why did you do that? Well, after I got drunk and overslept, I missed some assignments. My supervisor yelled at me for being late, I got the mandatory bullying, so at some point I just kind of snapped and said that I didn't have to put up with that. So I quit. Good for you! I see. Sorry again about that, by the way. Oh, don't worry, I should be the one apologizing. Lashing out like that the next day and all. Don't you have any second thoughts? Regret anything? I guess you always have second thoughts, even if you do what you want, you still think, what if? Even so, I was getting physically sick there. I dreaded the arrival of every morning. I even almost... What I'm saying is, I don't know what I'll do, but it's certainly better than being there. That's a big mood. That's a big mood. I feel free. Free. It's a wonderful feeling, you know? I feel like now I can find something I care about. I won't return to the augmented eye, but I could still pursue journalism with another outlet. I haven't felt like this in, well, never. What about your family? They weren't happy, that's for sure. My dad took it better, but my mom freaked out, to put it mildly. What are you gonna do and all that? But I'm not here about that. Give me a big drink, please. What kind? I don't know, bubbly or something? Something big and bubbly. Okay. Orange, the color, was considered a type of red until the fruit came along. Oh. Interesting. Oh! Oh god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All aged and mixed. Here's a big bubbly drink. Enjoy. Now it's required commentary. Yeah. If detergent commercials are to be believed, this will clean out my insides. It'll also kill things inside you. I gotta ask though, how did you end up working there? No deep reason, that's what I did when I got out of high school. Taking a year off was out of the question, so I went for the first thing I thought about. But I couldn't get into the robotics course, so I settled for journalism. To be honest, I got tired of the job midway through it, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. Too much pressure from my family. It's a really common tale, I guess. Did you have troubles like those? Same story as you, I just went through the motions. From high school to college, I never stopped to think about what I was doing. And then at some point, I just felt like my life slipped through my fingers. Suddenly all I wanted was freedom, a little pause, to stop and take a breather. And my life went to hell for that fucking breather. Give me, something. Something. Sorry, I just have a dry mouth. Anything will do. Alright. She asked for something, literally. I have something. Here. Here's a little something. Here. Thanks. I feel like I asked something I shouldn't have. Don't fret about it. I'm just in a rough spot right now. What are you gonna do now? Honestly, I don't know. I do feel liberated, however. Hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome! Hi! Hello, hello! Long time no see! Wait, oh! You are playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Okay, wait, in order. Hi! To everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Nora. I like the color pink and I like to play RPGs and visual novels. We're currently playing Valhalla. And we're at like day 10 or something. Hello! Hello! Are you ready and hyped for the new update for Animal Crossing? I am. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm good. It's finally Friday. So excited. Yes, me too. I actually... You can't wait for the new buddies. Oh, big mood. I want that new bunny. Sasha, I think the name is. I want that new bunny. Because I actually visited a friend yesterday and we reset my entire island, so I need to get on that to kind of prepare for the update. You want to hunt the... Oh, I haven't actually watched the full Nintendo Direct for it yet. I'm like, just waiting for it all to drop. But yeah, I reset my entire island, so I have a lot to catch up on before that update even comes around. But it feels so nice. Feels good. Feels natural. Like, I can do whatever I want, study whatever I like, work wherever I want. I know it's not that way and it won't be easy, but I feel a lot more confident than when I was out of high school. That's understandable. It's like you finally worked at a place, you have some experience now. It's way better than just being out of school and just going like, oh fuck, I need a job. I honestly don't get why they put young people who barely know how society works through that one. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Your mental health should be a priority and all that. Those are some real words. Thanks, I really needed the encouragement. Come back if you need more encouragement. I wouldn't dare leave someone alone when it comes to this sort of thing. Thanks. Bye, Jill. Please come again. You should take some of that advice for yourself. I know. Let's call it a day for now. You need some rest. Yeah. Honey! Dorothy, sorry, we're just closing. I know, I came for you. For me. Why are you hugging me? I paid her to do that. You paid her to hug me? All night long. Come again? To put it simply, Dorothy will go home with you and she won't leave your side. What do you hope to accomplish with that? Well, at first it was to calm that rage you had earlier. It was either hugs or a cold bucket, and I don't promise there'll be any water in it. You calm down a bit, but honestly, I know better than to leave you alone for another night. At the very least, all the cuddling will give you an epiphany or something. And that's some alien reasoning right there. It's not. You need hugs. Many. You need some humanoid contact right now. You had your alone time, now we're playing by my rules. Please take care of me. I think I love every single Valhalla character, not one is bad, honestly. They're all such interesting characters, I love them. Treat yourself, buy something nice for you and Dorothy. Oh, we get a bonus 500. Some alien reason right there, ladies and Jillian. Jill wants to get in a holiday mood. Buying a mega Christmas tree will prevent her from getting too distracted. A mega Christmas tree. Okay, a mega Christmas tree. Mega Christmas tree. Celebrate the bastardized commercial version of an already bastardized celebration. Fuck yeah! I love Dorothy and Streaming Chan. Big mood. I wonder when we see Streaming Chan again. Merry Christmas will never stop being hilarious to me. I think it's fun. Yo, let's celebrate Mega Christmas because Christmas was too normal. Monster Girlfriend Chidari. Can't stop playing this game. Gorgeous graphics, innovative and addictive battle system, fun dating minigames, cute girls, that fucking music. Is this the goat? Dunno, do you like the goat girl? Heh, I'm going to marry goat. It's an alright game, 8/10 at most. Shit game. No, it's a shitty game for idiot waifu bots like you. I wish this waifu is bad game meme would die. It's a stupid game pandering to idiots. What's there to discuss? Are we being raided by normies? Normies! Fuck off. Fun things are fun. You're not allowed to have fun with video games. Sounds fun. It's for nerds. Jill, aren't you a nerd? Also, I like how very, very slowly her room is filling up with more stuff. Like, you can actually see what the stuff I bought is. Because I know we didn't... Wait. Customize. Oh, but all of that stuff costs money. How do I change the page? I want to change the page. Ah! Oh, there we go. Ooh. Oh. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. I don't have that much money. I don't know how much money we need. I'm afraid to spend money. I don't want to confirm it before knowing what it looks like. We need... Well, I think we have enough money to buy one of those. This looks cute. I'm going... Yeah! Okay, cool. Fun. You can change the table as well. Aha. Okay. That's an aggressive wallpaper. It is. It is. But I already spent money on it. So we're going to keep it. Quincy studies the possibility of allowing imports. Glitch City is one of the few places on Earth that's strictly self-sufficient, with an import rate of only 0.8%. However, that might change due to the recent shortages across with 2 C's across the city. Prime Minister Quincy revealed this morning that the government plans to have a more relaxed policy for importers. We won't lift the currency control, but we can provide them foreign currency at a low fixed rate. That way, we can secure essential items at affordable prices, Quincy told the Augmented Eye. Some experts say that private companies are no longer working at full capacity, which is unsurprising news given that the Quincy government has seized most of them, resulting in the shortage crisis in the first place. So he decided to not steal all of the city's funds. Good. Maybe it's a wallpaper based on a, you know, her childhood show. I forgot part of the title. Ah, that could be... I also forgot the title. Is Kid and Mickey the biggest pop idol in history? The world at large is still coming to terms with the idea of the Lilim being so quickly integrated into our society. Some say they can't be treated as human because they're immortal and as such cannot really understand what it's like to be alive, but most of the Kid and Mickey fandom would disagree. Anti-Lilim people are insane. To me, Mickey knows more about life than I do and I'm older than this damn city. Richard Shaw, 55, told the Augmented Eye during a fan gathering. I'm with Richard, added Nacho, 6. I may be a dog, but I'm utterly fascinated with the way she writes about things in her blog. She's impressed by everything, and nobody really knows what life's about anyway. What the fuck just happened to me? I just glitched out for whatever reason. Nacho dog, don't tell me. It's our dog, you know Mystic Knight, Juliet. Yeah, I know. But I couldn't tell you. Lilim receiving mysterious messages. Ooh. Halloween was back in October, but this terrifying tale didn't become popular until now. Reports say that the Lilim across the city have been receiving strange transmissions with messages that are confusing at best and threatening at worst. The contents are not clear, as most of the Lilim can't remember exactly what they had heard, but the most mysterious thing of all is perhaps the fact that the Lilim could not record any of these messages while they were broadcasted. It was almost as if something had blocked the Lilim from doing so. While we have nothing but anecdotal proof, even among our own Lilim, the mystery behind these messages is one we should be paying attention to. Spooky. or a bluff. Well, it's spooky either way. Valhalla's odd in that sense. Why is it apparently normal for dogs to be capable of speech, but cats don't get the same treatment? I don't know. You're asking a bit much of me. I couldn't tell you. Good evening. Oh, hey. How are you feeling? I'm feeling, why the fuck is the TV on? As always. How are you doing? Dilemma soft and warm. Come again? You heard me. So, on a scale from steaming pile of shit to just sad, where are you? A sad pile of shit. I still hate myself, but I'm still sad as hell, but how to put it, the noise stopped. I don't know if I explained myself. Sorta, kinda. So, how were things last night? Cozy, I must admit. I can't believe you paid Dorothy for that. Well, if you want to call that payment, I guess. I called Dorothy to tell her what happened to you and she was really concerned. She stuttered for a second saying that she had the whole night to go and she couldn't just leave for free. Ask her how much and she said enough to pay for the soda I'm having is fine. How do you get her number? I have contacts. Right. Anyways, Jill, if you need a second break, a drink, or a hug, just let me know, you hear? Thanks. Man, imagine having someone like Dana as a boss, that would be nice. I make you the same offer, but I'm guessing hugs from me are the last thing you want. If you need a bartender, let me know though. Nice to know. Anyways, we have work to do.
Yes, we do. We have work.
And I cannot find a comfortable way of sitting right now. Time to mix drinks and change lives. It's nice to hear that again. Did you say something? Did I? Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, it's you guys. Hey, be more respectful. I brought my boss here. Aren't you a part-timer here or something? My other boss? You're talking to the great Natural Tumbleweed Jr. Boss, I'm taking my break. I know what I said earlier, but you haven't even started yet. Shit. So, what brings you here today? I wanted to see the place my best soldier is working at. Soldier? Wait, aren't you the dog I served last Monday? Oh, it's you, Dana. Soldier, why didn't you tell me you were working for Dana? No, that's not Dana, that's just Jay. So I'm guessing you're part of this whole Syra thing. Part of it? I founded it. Humans have the best intentions, but they just don't get us. So I decided to create a place where dogs can be dogs. Here we can take in any dog without a place in this world. We created our own heaven on earth. And do you take corgis only? Do I look like one of those sci-fi bitches? Of course not. I'd include other animals, but sadly I can only take care of those who are of the same species as I. Sad thing is I take him more seriously, but it's a talking corgi with an eye patch. He reminds me... Like, I feel like you could put him in a Metal Gear screenshot and it wouldn't even be the most surprising thing you'd have ever seen in a Metal Gear game. Please keep in mind that I have not played a single Metal Gear. But it feels like he would fit in. I love the moments where Jill just immediately goes, alright, I'm out, me too. Will you get anything? I'm fine, what about you, boss? Manly stuff. You sure? Did I stutter? Alright. A manly drink. Sure. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Optional commentary. And should we give alcohol to the dog? Oh, fuck it. I will give alcohol to the dog. I don't care. It seems they are able to drink it. Here. Yes, this is just what I wanted.
Bleh.
This tastes worse than my own butt. Hey, you asked for it. This is a really nice place, you know. You picked a good place to work at, soldier. Thanks. Does he really get paid? Your efforts to keep Sarah afloat will not go to waste. We'll make her better and better. I mean, we're pretty much on the verge of closing. Can boss really afford that? We have more urgent matters at hand though, like the fact we don't have enough bolts for everyone. Can't they just share the ones we have? You fool! Every dog has a right to have his own ball. If you can't provide even that, then what's the point of even trying? Metal Gear Rising thought no, the main game has a cyber dog with a nice music team. Oh! How many new points for get everyone wasted run? Well, I don't know if it actually does make a difference if you give them the maximum amount of alcohol you can on optional alcoholic drinks. I don't know, I've never tried. I always go with like a little. It's not a big change, but there's one. Oh. Wait, don't tell me she just doesn't give a fuck and is spending all of her money like water. I mean, what with the bar closing and all that. But many have enjoyed the boxes more than they do the balls. That's a good point. What do you think is cheaper, a box of balls or a box of boxes? Are there boxes of boxes? Of course there are. How do you think they ship boxes? Tied together? Tied together? Don't be silly. Unless she's paying him straight from her pocket. Boss is that kind of woman. Story stays same, just dialogues themselves. Yeah, dialogue changes. Probably. This world is filled with all sort of recursive madness, you know? Doctors consult doctors, boxes come in boxes, bottles come in bottles. Oh, as expected from you, boss. Wait, bottles come in bottles? What? Huh? Wait, that theory only works assuming she's actually paying him with money. For all I know, she might be paying him with sticks. So, tomorrow you're gonna check for people selling boxes, you hear? Sir, yes, sir! Except that to boss, a good steak is more valuable than money. Wait, what if they come with foil? Rustin Strauss had to be taken to the vet because he ate the foil of a piece of... He ate the foil a piece of cheese came in. Curses, you're right. We need a contingency plan. I like how she's completely ignoring the dogs. Besides, Boss does not want to scam people, let alone a dog. I wonder if he can strike a deal with the vet those cipher bastards have. She's always so nice with us. I know, her smile is so cute too. So it's better that we vet for a vet. Yes, put that on the list. Ah, Nacho. Oh yeah, forgot she knew the dog. Are you staying for a while? I was just passing by. I've got some errands to run. Great. Jill can go with you. I can. You will. I'll still get paid for today, right? That depends on Nacho's evaluation. Alright, Greenhorn, let's get going. Oh, I'm paying him anyways, by the way. Just wanted to mess around with him. No, that's not the problem here. Why make him do that? Jill looked like he needed to take a good break, and he's the kind to just not accept such a thing. But with Nacho, he'd have something to do, and he'd be away from the bar for a bit. When you put it that way... Anyway, I'm going back to my office. Bye-bye! You're still waiting for a game where some stupid choice secretly changes the whole story, like during Team Rocket or something. True, that would be fun. And it's like something really... like, hidden in like some kind of... village you go through like once in the story, and then it's like one NPC in the back of some kind of bar that you have to talk to like 5 times, and then he asks like, hey, are you having a good day? And you go, no, I don't actually, and suddenly it's an entire different storyline. That would be funny. Your boss sure is nice. Glad I'm working with her too. Yeah. So, you having anything? Actually, I'm just gonna go sit over there and be on standby, await orders. Okay. Shit, I missed a chance to ask Cowboy if he even gets paid with money. Can write. Like, I'm pretty okay writer, but eventually I get so anxious about adding or changing anything about the quality being inferior that I just can't continue. Maybe you should try to write shorter stuff then. Like, just... I don't know, push out something short so you can't think too long about it. Because the longer you look at stuff, you start realizing things you maybe didn't see before, which sometimes is good in trying to find like mistakes you made. But sometimes it's also just you start noticing too many things and then you won't like it anymore. Man, I sure need to get wasted. I fail to see how getting wasted will make you feel bad. Shiba! For fuck's sake, you piece of scrap. We just got out of a building full of dogs. But this one has a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. Hey there, Robert. And he talks. Welcome to Valhalla. Hey, Jill. Give me a beer, will you? Gotcha. Does D want anything? Hey, roll. Sir, yes, sir. So cute. He's fine. Just a beer, then. Friday after work isn't just a beer, though, it's the beer. Can't argue with that. Beer for Betty. I could make it big for the heck of it. Okay. Sure, let's make it a big beer. Here, let's make it special. Yeah! Cheers! Hey Jill, do you like beer? The amount of beer cans in my apartment is becoming a problem, actually. I had this friend back in high school who made some pretty nice crafts with them. I'm still in contact with him if you're interested. Nah, thanks. The last thing I need right now is more crap taking space. So, how are things up at Dogtown? Well, that Laura girl is stirring things up for better or for worse. For worse? She's, like a rabbit? An overtly politically correct rabbit? Rabbit. Never had a pet rabbit. They're a nervous mess that gets startled over the littlest of things. And this girl is on a constant lookout, scared of saying something that might irk someone. It doesn't have to be the person she's speaking with, even. It's no problem in a company, but the other day we went out together and holy shit, poor girl can't speak properly. She pauses every sentence to make sure she doesn't say something offensive. She's a nice girl and it's sweet that she tries so hard not to offend anyone. But seriously, she tries too hard. You don't help either. You randomly yell, "What did you say?" whenever she's within earshot distance. Yeah, well, it's just that she looks so cute when she's startled. Like a rabbit. Oh my god. It raises up the question of whether she's really like that, or if you're the one making her wary of anything she says. Well, why don't we test that? How? You go out with her. Why? To test if it's really me who makes her like that. It's not like you can say no, you know? I mean, it's my honor that's on the line here. I want to prove you're only talking shit about me. Even if you were right, you have quite a fixation on that girl. She's fun. Fun how? She actually reacts when I tease her. You take it in your stride, but she actually gets startled, squirms, and then gets uncomfortable. How is that any good? She's cute and her reactions are cute. But if you keep it up, she'll either leave or get used to you. You know, like me. Shit, you're right! Damn it! If you keep doing the same thing to someone, they'll eventually get used to it. Fuck! My plan's foiled again. I must save my teasing for when the moment is just right then. No, that's not the problem. It is for me. And what are you doing here? What about the dog? He said he had to go out. By the way, he said his name was... Say, this Laura girl. Do you guys get along? I wouldn't know. We get along as co-workers at the very least. What kind of girl is she? Aside from the whole politically correct rabbit thing. Slow. She's the kind that does things so carefully that she does them really, really slowly. Really, really slowly. I can't deny that when she actually finishes stuff, she does a great job, but it's unnerving. She doesn't actually have to be with us in a building, though. She's more like a freelancer. Why is she there, then? Because she likes dogs. And that's why I insist that you two would make a fine couple. That's a really superficial statement. It's like saying you'd be fine with someone because you're both women. Okay, bad example. May I say something? By all means. If the Laura girl is really as bland as you claim her to be, wouldn't she be better off with a more assertive person, Lilim? A more assertive partner? Yo, piece of crap. Scrab, she's totally calling you a pussy. She's right though. Sharing interests and being compatible are totally different things. But then you'd be underestimating the power of love. Whether you want to admit it or not, love changes people for better or for worse. Who knows, maybe you become more assertive after spending time with her. Or she drives me nuts. I guess that's a possibility too. Still, why are you so insistent on me and her getting together? Because she's like a cute rabbit, so someone might try to eat her out there. I'd be a lot easier to keep her in my sight. So in short, your motherly instincts are rose because of Laura. Why not see if she likes you? And you already tried to hit on her, didn't you? You make me sound like some skirt chaser. She's not into girls. How did you find out? Ask her directly. Of course you did. She seemed giddy afterwards though. I heard her muttering something about meeting her first lesbian. It was weird. Okay, enough Laura for a night. That refrain from using any "that's what you said last night" jokes or variations thereof, please. Party pooper. Let's get a drink then. Sounds good. I'll have a bloom light, please. Give me a fringe weaver. Alright. 1 bloom light and 1 fringe weaver. Bloom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All raged on the rocks and mixed. Boom! A bloom light. It's so unnecessarily brown. And the fringe weaver. Fringe weaver. Oh, okay. You'd think I'd remember by now that the fringe weaver is just the extremely... Here you go. I wonder why it's called a bloom light. Seems it was first developed at some video games event. The creator said something about making the attendees feel like the customers do. Said attendees were, of course, part of some big games company. Seems the company always used too much bloom lighting, so the bartender then literally made them drink all the bloom. Snow's not called that because it glows in the dark? Not this one, no. Come to think of it, did you ever change because of a relationship, Jill? That's kind of a very unfortunate timing for you to ask a question like this. In more ways than one, I guess. Would you say for better or for worse? I guess for the better. I'm too thick-headed to develop any new bad habits. Although thanks to my first boyfriend, I did pick up a very annoying habit of correcting people's grammar on the fly. Pretty annoying when I think back to it. So we were one of those kinds of people. As for me, sometimes I think I became more, what's the word? Cynical, jaded, bitter, tired of the crap this world and everyone in it throws on a daily basis. Hey, I'm just quoting you. But yeah, I think I became all that because of this one girlfriend I had in college. She got me into the whole activism thing in the first place. How's that bad? We'd all go and protest, we'd start all kinds of movements to see things changed. I really got into the whole thing. But whenever I wanted to get more serious, I'd find myself coming up against a wall. The wall is an analogy for the fact that not everyone was willing to go that far. I found out pretty fast that most of them were in the whole thing because of some shitty fad. Are you winning at changing knives? I sure hope I am. Thank you so much for the resub.
You're in 8 months already. Wow.
1 more month and I think then you get a new heart. I don't remember. It's like 1 month? 3? 5? No, I don't remember. Sorry.
But yay!
It's a long time already.
Thank you for being here.
And not because I actually believed in whatever movement they were championing. So I moved from group to group only to find people who were in it because of a fad. A new heart! Man, August became cheap suddenly. And when they were not in it because of a passing fad, they were of the dangerous extremist kind. My tolerance for people's shit was greatly diminished after all that. So it wasn't so much the person you had a relationship with, but rather other people. You seriously never thought about it that way? You need to stop putting the blame for what you do on past relationships. Whatever. Where's the other guy, by the way? He had to escort one of the dogs outside. Figures. Oh yeah, the one that was here asked if you were the nice vet lady that works at the Cypher toy company. I suppose he's interested in talking to you or something? Why didn't he do it then? I don't know. You've been doing a few jobs on the side, haven't you? The pay from the dogs isn't enough to keep up with the mounting debts. I don't know how you do it. It's hard to believe dogs pay you at all. Well, this is coming from someone working at a place that pays a dog for doing fuck all. Or at least I think we're paying him. I'm not completely certain we do. Will you get anything else? Well, we're fine, but we have to get up early tomorrow, and by we, I really mean her. She got invited to a picnic, and I won't stand to hear another had to go to a picnic with a hangover story. Fine. Let's go then. See ya, Jill. Bye. Please come again. Man, you're such a party pooper. You'll be the party pooper tomorrow if you keep drinking. Boss, I'll take my break. Call me if someone comes. Alright. Imagine you walking to a bar, there's just fucking no one there, and suddenly you hear, Jill! Customer! From some kind of back room. No dogs in sight. Same song as always. Okay then, back to work. Welcome to Oh, hey there, Alma. Oh, you don't look like you're in a good mood. Thank you so much for the hydro time, though. What is going on? Why is everyone in a bad mood? What is it? She seems down. Maybe there's something I can give her to cheer her up. Let's try to cheer Alma up. She might like classy drinks, but what she really likes...
Oh, thank you for the posture check.
She likes Brantinis, right? I think she does like Brantinis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1. All aged and mixed. Bing! Hey! And this? It's on me. Drinks or at least change your expression. Why not just say you're worried about me? You got the message anyway, didn't you? So, how is it? A Brantini. So you do pay attention to what I ask for. You have quite a fixation with Brantinis. To be honest, they suit you. Hey, wanna hear a silly story? Always. When I turned 21, my dad and I went to a bar to celebrate, just him and I. He told me to dress well enough that he'd look like my sugar daddy. It was a fun night. We pretended at times we were dating. I managed to blow off some steam about my mom. But the highlight was him ordering a Brantini for me. I've had plenty of drinks and gotten wasted many times since I was 15, but that drink was different. It wasn't about getting drunk. The drink itself was the pleasure. He too said they suited me somehow. Oh? Ever since that day, he's called me Brantini girl from time to time. Your dad sounds like a cool guy. You should meet him sometime. So why are you deflating? Deflating? When I got sad and started sighing repeatedly, my grandpa would warn me that I would start deflating like an old tire if I kept it up. So what is it? Was it the news about people dressing in bunny suits after the whole Alice Rabbit boom? Nah, that is old news. I mean, it is a problem, but such a thing would only annoy me. Say, Jill, how's your mood right now? I wanna ruin it by blowing off all my stored steam. Silly Alma, I've been feeling like utter shit the last couple of days. You can't make me feel worse. So go ahead, unwind all your worries on me. Don't say I didn't warn you. Okay, so, remember my sister Diana? The one that separated from my husband and forgot her kids while fucking her way around or something. Perfect summary. I'll use it next time. I didn't tell you the whole story then. More specifically, that she threw her husband out after months of abuse. Oh. However, the woman is incapable of getting a job and maintaining herself. And I mean that. She never even thinks about selling some stuff or trying to earn her bread. She just expects a guy to do all that for her. Why are small insects always so dumb that they fly into your nose? Bleh. I have no idea why she turned out like that. Both my mom and dad were hard workers. They even started a small shop to have something to do after retirement. Huh. So, what does this fully capable woman do a couple of weeks later? Why, bring her abusive husband back, of course. What? Yeah, and the guy spent a couple of days with her before leaving her again. He had a nice couple of hot, steamy nights and then left. Well... Huh, you reacted like my little brother and sister after hearing that. But the story doesn't end there. Oh no. So, she's broke and can't even get enough for a bus. Even though she'd probably be glad to sell her ass just to get money. And it was up to me to pick her up. For the last couple of days, she left her kids with my parents. And being such sweet angels, they've made a mess out of the whole place. Bernardo and Eva are actually staying with me a couple of days to give him some peace. It doesn't help that I never got along with Diana. So we're in the car and she asks how her kids are. And of course, after all the build-up tension, I just exploded. First, I started ranting about how her kids are growing up seeing some messed up stuff. Hey, good evening. I start scolding her about not taking responsibility, about not taking proper care of her children. I tell her that she's in no place to have all those escapades. And after all that, she just says, "What the hell do you know? You don't have any kids." Yeah, you slutty skank, I don't have kids, but I'm not broke just because I refuse to take a job. Jesus Christ! I don't have kids, but I'm not leaving them in the first barely familiar house I find. I don't have kids, but I'm not letting the guy that hit me on a regular basis back into my bed. I don't have kids, but I pretty much raised Eva and Banana and they've turned out pretty damn well. I don't have any kids, but I'm not a cheap whore! Ah! Damn. I don't know what to say. There's nothing to say. I love my family and I put them above all else, but Diana is seriously pushing the boundaries of what I can allow. Any way I could help? You just did. I know who I'm dealing with. I'm not the one to let stuff like that get to me. I'm still angry as hell though, and I couldn't just discuss it with any of my family members. I can't tell my mom your daughter's a slut. I just needed to get all of this off my chest, you know. There was actually the mom of a friend of mine, the sister of that friend went like, oh, you're, like in a joking way, but like, oh, you're dumb to the mom, and then the mom went, your mom's dumb, and then she was like, wait. Because she just told her own daughter, like, your mom's dumb, being the mom herself. So that was a very funny incident that we like to kind of relive sometimes. Your mom's dumb, but you are my mom. Well, from what I see, there's still a lot more to get off your chest. It's swollen as fuck. Nah, all you see here is filled with love and dreams. Is everyone in your family as busty as you? The worst offender's my dad, actually. Kidding. I guess the only one that didn't get the big boobs gene was Eva. She insists on getting surgery or genetic treatment, but I tell her she's fine the way she is. These can actually be more of a hassle than a blessing. And poor Bernardo, his breasts actually started growing when he was 8. I just hope I don't take too much from my mother's side of the family. My father's sisters still look quite young, but when menopause hit, my mom lost her looks rather quickly. I'm going to scream. Any good genes you got from your family, Jill? Good enough skin and hair, I guess. There's a thing about a shrimp allergy, but so far I haven't had problems with that. Oh, I see. Hey, you know what worries me the most about the whole Diana situation? How your nephews are turning out? If she leaves them with my mom, they'll turn out better than her, somehow. Actually, what worries me is, what if I end up like that too? How so? If I find a good man and I settle down, what if he turns out shitty? What if I have a sudden burst where I want to live my life and end up like that? What if I have kids and I end up neglecting them because of all that? If you ask me, the fact that you're even worried about it is an indication enough that you'll be fine. You think? I'm pretty sure. You said before that she pretty much married the guy after a couple of months, right? Yeah. No offense, but those are the kind of people who wouldn't even think about all that. Besides, if any guy ends up marrying you, it's because he passed your irrational standards. Hey! Am I lying? No, but there are things best kept as unspoken truths. I wonder if I'll ever find a good guy. You will. You know when the time comes. I sure hope so. For now, the time has come to get another drink. What can I get you? Get me something with ice, but alcoholic, please. Alright. I'ma ask for something cold and with alcohol. We can do that. Let's give her another piano man. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 on the rocks and mixed. Here's your piano man. Here you go. Thanks. I need to cool down a bit. That's why I'm here. So, you said you felt shitty the last couple of days. Why? Don't think too much about it. Oh, come on. You heard my problems. I want to help you too. Don't worry too much. Right. I almost forgot to tell you something. What is it? My boss is throwing a mega Christmas party this Sunday. You want to come? Sure. Something tells me this mega Christmas is going to be a mess at my parents' home, so I'd rather avoid it. Are you guys getting chicken? I can get one. To be honest, I wouldn't know. You can bring it if you want. It won't go to waste. Gotcha. Say, Jill, what's your favorite part of the chicken? Favorite part? I guess I like legs the most. Really? I like breast better. Breast is a bit too simple, don't you think? Legs have a better texture. Maybe, but simple is usually better. Breast is easier to enjoy than legs and a lot less messy. You silly girls. Boss. You're there talking about breasts and legs when everyone knows the best parts are when everyone knows the best parts are the wings. Boss, what's that? Spicy chicken wings. Where did you get spicy chicken wings? From a spicy chicken. You know spicy chicken in the shop 2 blocks from here? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Why are you carrying a bucket of spicy chicken wings? Why aren't you carrying a bucket of spicy chicken wings? Because I'm working. Well, because... Not as much. Yo, Armitage. Alma. I know what I said. You prefer the legs and sell as bony. Chicken skin. Honestly, when I still ate meat, I like the skin as well. What did I eat? Which part of the chicken did I eat? Just like, I don't really like having to get the meat off of the bone. So, I guess breast. Will the chicken you're talking about be cooked already? You might need to heat it up, but it'd be cooked otherwise. Great! I expect you here Sunday at 8 PM. Thanks! Anyway, I'll be back to my office. There's spicy chicken wings. She left the bucket. Want some? Don't mind if I do. Mad spice, nice. Weird, maybe she got a mixed-up order and that's why she left them here. She usually orders stronger stuff. I found buckets that make my throat itch just from being near them. Oh. Say, Jill, what kind of guys do you like? That's a sudden question. I'm not too picky with guys, to be honest. I want them to be decent enough. Not jealous, not aggressive, responsible enough to keep a job. That's no good. Do you like them both? What about tall? No tattoos or piercings, I guess? Never like that. What? Huh. I'm surprised. Jill, to me, feels like a person that would like tattoos or would get tattoos herself, but I guess she doesn't like them. Interesting. What about you? I like them well dressed. If they go out in iron shirts and well coordinated clothes, they're sure to catch my eye. Some muscle is always fine too, but sharply dressed males catch my attention faster. And yet you're still single. That's how I like my man. My potential husband, on the other hand, is another matter completely. I see. So, can you get me a drink here? The spicy wings turn out to be spicy. What do I get you? Anything as long as it helps me with the spiciness in my mouth. Okay. Let's give her something to help her get over the spiciness of the wings. We don't have milk. But maybe you like a piano woman. Here. Phew, I helped. Thanks. Alright, so next question. What kind of girl do you like? You first. Sorry, I don't swing that way. Sure, I have no qualms about saying a girl is cute or cool, but nope, I prefer men in my bed. Now you. Shit, just calm down. I guess I like girls with light-colored hair. Light-colored hair. Yeah, you know, like redheads and such. What about white, like your boss? You were just setting me up for that comment, weren't you? Sorry, it's just that when she got here with the bucket of wings, your eyes pretty much started sparkling. Your whole behavior transformed. You became giddy and cheerful all of a sudden. Hey, I can't blame you. She's pretty nice. It just felt like teasing you. So, light-colored hair. What about blondes? Do you like me? Yeah, I guess. Let's say I'm into girls too and I start hitting on you. Would you go along with it? Nice body, pretty face, and a good apartment? I would never let you go. Yeah, the time we went drinking with our boss and, you know, I got Jill a little drunk. She also said that comment about, like, sadly, Alma is straight. Okay then, enough tangents. Why don't you tell me why you were feeling shitty these last days? What? Oh, that. I told you not to think too much about it. And I told you I want to know. Come on, Jill. You've heard my problems so many times. Now I want to help you. Come on, come here. I told you to sit here. Come on. Hey, what? What are you? Alright then. Now I'm the bartender and you're the client. Hardly. The bartending station only works with me. I see. Okay then. I move this here. Click. Oh my god. Here and... Hello, good evening. Now it works for you, for me, and our dog in a Hawaiian shirt. Why with him too? He's a dog in a fucking Hawaiian shirt. Right, and how did you even manage to... Oh yeah, Hecka, right. Now we've changed roles. You've been feeling shitty, mind telling me why? It's a long story, I don't even know where to start. Start from the beginning. Okay then, it's something that goes back to my college years. Wow, that's taking it way back. Back in compulsory education, I never made too much of an effort, but I managed to get high grades. Even in PE, I managed to do well enough to always get perfect grades. And then, of course, when I got to college, shit started getting hard. I had this perfectionist streak that wouldn't let me fail anything. Burning my eyelash and studying, I eventually managed to keep up good grades. After about half of the career, I met a student teacher. Her name was Nora. She helped me a lot with my studies. She even got me into stuff that gave more credits. I really liked her, and after some time I found out she liked me too. Oh ho ho! We started going out, I met all of her family even, and... You want a drink? What? A drink? Around this time, there's usually a pause that makes you offer a drink to the client. There was no such pause. Please, I want to test this whole bartending interface. A sugar rush then, you can't mess that up. Right. Jill asked for a sugar rush, now how did this thing work again? A dog in a Hawaii shirt, I need it. Yeah. The dog that's been around for a while. I guess he's still in the corner now. He's been there for a while now. Ooh, with optional karma train. A little then. Or should I get her complete... Wait. What if I just put... Ooh, well it says optional karma train. Drink it. Here. Thanks. How is it? Like I said, you can't mess up a sugar rush. After gut feeling that with your body you'd make a better bartender than me. You're selling yourself too short. You're cute, you know? People don't go to bars for cuteness, though. You've obviously never been to a cat bar, then. Besides, my boobs can be a hassle when trying to move around this kind of stuff. So keep telling the story. Well, as the career went on, it got harder and harder. The last year and a half of it became nothing but study session after study session, investigation, my thesis. When the graduation ceremony came, I had to make a speech, and suddenly, while reading said speech, I almost had a panic attack. A fear of public speaking. I realized I lost about a year and a half of my life. I tried to remember if I did anything fun at all, but all I could remember was studying and investigating new topics. I didn't even enjoy doing all that, so I was just standing there, and the satisfaction of graduation was minimal. I realized I'd only gone through the motions day after day from high school to graduating. I felt like whole years of my life had slipped through my fingers. I never stopped to think if I enjoyed what I was doing. In fact, I never stopped. But at that point, I stopped and realized I needed a breather or something. Did I even like that career? It was all terrifying as hell. I needed all of my strength to not start running like a panicked mess. So a couple of months later, I got an offer to start working at this big research facility. Nora was ecstatic. She was so proud of me back then. But I was just scared. That would be my job. I'd spent my life expanding on what I did during that year and a half. What if I had a sudden realization like the one I had at graduation, but when I turned 40? I didn't know what to do, but I sure as hell wasn't taking that offer. I told Nora and she freaked out. She confessed that she was jealous because she never got such a chance. Things devolved pretty quickly. She said one too many things, I said one too many things. In the end, I just stormed out of her house and I broke a vase in the process. After that, I never spoke to her again. Damn. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel bad for pushing you to tell me all that. Why are you feeling shitty about that after all this time, though? Unless you've been feeling shitty for years. I have, but it's not just because of that. The other day, Nora's sister, Gabrielle, came to this bar. Apparently, Nora died last week. Localized nanomachine rejection, a heart attack. Apparently, she had it for a long time, but never told anyone. And coincidentally, it got worse after I left. And I just can't stop thinking about it, wondering if me being there would have made a difference. And if it's true she had that for a long time, why didn't she tell me she was sick when we were together? I don't know, I just feel like all kinds of failure. Jill. And to make it worse, I also lashed out at Gabby. Yes, she was blaming me for her sister's death and all, but she's just a kid, for fuck's sake. She lost a sister who pretty much raised her on her own. And to top it all off, I suddenly can't remember what stopped me from apologizing. Pride, fear, a stupid effort to leave the most awesome person I loved as a thing of the past. Who cares? I lost my chance to apologize to her forever, truly forever. I'm such a piece of shit. A selfish piece of shit. I honestly don't know what to say. I didn't expect the story to be this... Yo, boob tender. Yes. Can you get me a big beer here? Coming right up. A big beer, big beer, big beer. What's makes a beer big in this thing? Well, come back, Alma. Yeah. It's good. It's really good. Big beer for Jill. Thanks. I need to remember to take care of the cats in my apartment. Do you drink lots of beer? One of the perks of the BTC-issued liver implant is that I can drink lots of beer without getting too wasted. Oh! Hey Jill, what kind of girl was Lenore? Well, she was calm and smart. Back in college I was too thick-headed and got riled up easily. Stress was my default state. Jill, just like you're behaving right now. Shut up, I was worse. Can't picture that. Don't, it's embarrassing. Anyway, she was always there, finding a way to cool me down. She was also able to hold conversations about pretty much any topic. One time I saw her go from talking about video games to talking about sports. All of that variety while still being a hardcore scientist. She would always push me into social interactions. If she saw me by herself, she would drag me with her. Watching people is fine, but talking to them is better, she would say. Lenore would always present me to her many acquaintances as the girl I don't mind cuddling with for hours. Man, I'm gonna miss her. After a point, I didn't even think about getting back into a relationship with her, but she was such an awesome person, I just wanted to apologize. And now, you know, in a cruel twist of irony, she's the one that made me pick up bartending. Oh? Back when I was thinking what the hell to do with my life, I remember the night we spent in a club. She started talking about how the drinks were synthesized, the chemistry involved, the reactions and all that. Everything sounded so fascinating. I remember saying that her talk made me want to start mixing drinks. She said, if everything else fails, why not take up bartending? Huh, interesting. Are you okay? For some value of okay, yeah. It's just, I wanted to thank you, Alma. Ah. Thank me. I guess I just needed someone to tell all of this to, and you were the one. You volunteered yourself, you insisted on listening to me. You stood there listening to the whole thing from beginning to end. I know I might not be the most expressive person, that I'm not one to spout love and fluffiness, but I really like you. Aww. Maybe I'm just a bartender and you're just a client, but I really appreciate your friendship, or at the very least your patronage. I really enjoy working for you. Jill, are you dying? Shut up! I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart here. Sorry, it's just... It's weird for you to get so sappy. Well, I just realized that the saddest thing is how I'll never be able to make amends. And it hurts like fucking hell, you know? I never, and I mean never, want to feel that way ever again. I don't want someone to suddenly exit my life and have my last memory of them involve something nasty. I don't want the lingering grief of having burned a bridge on a whim. I want to avoid that at any cost, and if it means breaking character every once in a while, so be it. I'll let everyone know how I really feel about them. And if I ever fight with them, I'll swallow my pride, muster all the courage I can, and be the one to apologize. I hate feeling like this. I hate it. That's a nice resolution. Maybe I'll be a copycat and do the same. Alright, enough sappiness, get back here, I'm on duty, you know? Fine. It's almost closing time anyways. It was fun while it lasted though. Hey, yeah? I mean it, you know? Thanks for everything today. Silly Jill, you listen to my problems and I listen to yours. That's what friends are for, right? Right. I believe you now. Oh, before I forget. Did you ever talk about all this with your parents? They know the basics, but I haven't told them about Lenore's death yet. Why don't you do that sometime? I don't know. I don't want to bother them with my problems. Don't be silly, they're your parents. They live to share your problems. You should try having a talk like this with them sometime. They'll appreciate it. Anyway, I'm out. See you on Sunday. Take care. That Alma girl sure is nice. Ah, boss, did you hear all that? Not all of it, but a good chunk at the very least. Your expression changed a lot already. It did. You look happier. That's always good. Anyway, let's call it a day. I expect an even brighter Jill tomorrow. Right. Oh yeah, boss, about those chicken wings? Fucking idiots at the spicy chicken. Sorry, Dana, we won't have enough spices for your order until tomorrow, they said. Is that how you treat the regulars? Call them manager. Boss. Cherish Titty Hacker, she's a good friend. Jill's power didn't get cut. This gives her peace of mind and now she focuses at work with no problem. Woo! 8,000 for just a power bill is a lot. Alright, sure. Anything new here? Cherish Titty Hacker, brand new sentence. Yeah. Grand Slam Fighters. Is anyone into wrestling here? I became a huge fan of GSF very recently. It's a really solid product, in my opinion, much better than the E. I like the match quality, but I wish they gave importance to the mid-card. Are they still forcing 66 American Kid into the main event? Yep, he's going to face Yusuke at the Dome show. Why don't they push the great DK instead? He's much more talented than 66. Because American Kid actually moves merch unlike your indie darling. I want to marry Yusuke. Who's hyped for the Women's Championship? That one should be the main event, not the turd we're getting instead. 66 is pretty good, just watch some of his work in Japan. Everyone tells me 66 was better in Japan, but all I see is locks and armbars, nothing that impressive. Wrestling is fake. Amazing how I know all the words and yet I understand nothing. That's a big mood. I also don't understand anything about wrestling. The Great Donkey Kong, let's go! To be fair, every time I read DK I also think Donkey Kong. Model warrior Julianne returns this February. The classic magical girl show Model Warrior Julianne is coming back to public television this February after almost 2 decades of absence. Even though the show has been on every on-demand service for a while now, most of Glitch City citizens need to think twice before subscribing to any non-essential service, especially the lower classes who have a limited number of internet purchases per year. The show's return is certainly welcome. Today's parents will finally be able to share a piece of their childhood with the kids without risking dinner or breakfast. Is that a tear in your eye? No. Nanomachine rejection has taken 80 lives this year. The Health Observatory just released their annual report of nanomachine rejection cases. The total number of reported cases has risen to 80, an increase from the 65 cases reported last year. Nanomachine pollution was particularly strong this year due to the recent protests, wrote the observatory. Protests caused the police force to release new varieties of nanomachines. Their function is still unclear, but according to our sources, they are intended for crowd-controlled purposes. It's unlikely we find a cure in the near future, and we can only hope cases like these will become rare in the following years. Oh damn. Lillian receiving mysterious messages. Update. It looks like we were able to record and transcribe one of the messages sent from one of the compromised signals. Joe Wren, the anchor from our popular TV newscast, served as our very own test subject for the investigation. Who are you? Are you really alive? You're special to me, you're everything to me, it's time to become one. White noise intensifies, end of transmission, developing. Spooky, or a made up story. It's Christmas Eve. So Christmas here in Germany. We celebrate Christmas on the 24th. Like on the evening of the 24th. Evening! Ah, hey Jill. How you feeling? I won't say good, but not that bad, I guess. Thank you for the posture check. And the higher time? That's nice to hear. Where's Jill? Did he run away again? Nah, I have him on errand duty to bring drinks for tomorrow. I drink for the drinking game, but I'm only drinking water. That sounds weird coming from the owner of a bar. Every drink from here will come out of our own funds. So if we're gonna spend money, we might as well get more variety. Besides, those kind of walks are always good for Jill. You're the boss. Who's coming so far? Well, there's the 3 of us, the dogs. You invited Titty Hacker, Jill invited Jamie. Oh yeah, I also invited Dorothy when I called her to spend the night with you. Sounds good so far. Invite anyone else you feel like inviting, the more the merrier. I could, but I bet everyone's made plans by this point. That's true. I'll be in my office, call me should anything arise. Alright. What does she do in there the entire day? Alcoholic drinks have at least a little water and then I'm sure same difference. Time to mix drinks and change lives. Wait here, I'll check inside. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, a BTC bar. Excuse me, do you know where the Athena Convention Center is? Why does the place make people get lost so easily? They should have called it the Minotaur Center. Hold on, let me scribble the directions on paper. Thanks. Go to the right when you see a building filled with hobos. This should be it. Thanks a lot. Anything else I can help you with? What the hell, I have a drink. What about you? A Brantini, please. Right. The girl asked for a Brantini. The little freaks me out. Brantini. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1. Aged and mix. And here you go. Here you are. Thanks. What's an interesting outfit in this cold season, miss? Well, I'm actually cosplaying, so call me Vela for the time being. And your little friend is? Essentia. Get it, you're cosplaying too? Sure, let's go with that. Have you heard of a game called Eek? Wike? Week? YIIK? The cool classic game that has seen like 3 remastered versions made by 6 different companies this year. That one. We're in a cosplay group dedicated to it and we got lost on the way. Y2K. I assume. This reference aged like milk. Wait, what is that? Am I supposed to know this? I'm sorry, what is that? Y2K, a postmodern RPG. It's a surreal Japanese style RPG set in the late 90s. Okay. That sure is out on... It's out on the Switch and the PS4. And on GOG. They cross-promote each other due to being from the same publisher, I think. Ah, that would yeah. That would make sense. Well, I don't know it. I heard you talking to someone outside. Oh yeah, a friend is cosplaying as Alex. I told him to wait outside. Shouldn't he enter? He'll be fine. Is something amiss? There's a girl behind you. Short hair, black sailor uniform, missing an arm. Wearing jeans and a skirt. No, don't spook the bartender. Spook? Anything else? I'll get a fluffy dream and be on my way. And you? I'm fine. Vela asked for a fluffy dream. That Lilim still freaks me out. I guess. I mean, maybe if I knew the other characters, the other game, maybe I could say something else, but... Here. Yep, this is the thing. Seriously though, should you leave your friend outside like that? He'd be fine. He started chatting with one of the vending machines. They were talking about R&B music. Does your friend prefer the 1980s R&B or the 1970s? 1980s, I think. Oh shit. Boss, Didi, R&B, coming. You see, Didi's a 1970s purist. He has taste. He has taste people for even liking 1980s R&B before. He got taste. Oh god. He'll be fine. Vending machines have very weak tastes. He'll be confused for a couple of minutes, but that will be all that. You should go check on him though. Right. Thanks again for the directions. Please come again. At least it wasn't Franco-Belgian comic opinions this time. Black sailor uniform. I hope I'm just overthinking it. More importantly though, jeans under a skirt. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, hey Dorothy. Oh, hi honey. I love the fact that, wait, Franco-Belgian comic opinions. I don't know. I don't know. Are you okay? I just kinda wandered in here. I guess I'm a bit distracted. The jerks! The drip! Can Lilim just wander? Can I get you something? Oh, a sugar rush. Yeah, that. Right. Dorothy seems down. She asked for a sugar rush, but hasn't she told me about a drink that cheers her up? She has. The piano woman cheers her up, so let's get her a piano woman. Here you go. This is. Didn't you say you liked having a piano woman whenever you felt like celebrating or were feeling down? Apparently this is every day for them, so you just say, yo boss, R&B! Yeah! It's like it happened one too many times, you just go, oh shit. I did. Wait, I did. You actually remembered such a thing. You're so sweet. I was half expecting her to say that she meant a literal piano woman. Glad I was wrong. So much silence. By the way, thanks for staying with me the other day. Turns out I really needed that. So, did you enjoy the soda? Oh, did you find that one out? Was it supposed to be a secret? No, but don't go around telling everybody about that. I did it because it was you who needed my help, but a hug night is usually one of my most expensive services. It is? Hey, I don't know if the client has body odor or something like that. Not to mention it limits the chances of getting any other client that night. Still, did it help? Yeah, it helped me cool down a lot. So, from what Dana told me, someone close to you died, right? Yeah. Do you want to know more about it? Do you want to tell me about it? I've brought it up enough times already, I think. No problem then. You were sad and that's all I needed to know. Sorry for the loss though, I mean it. Thanks. Although I've wondered for a while, do you, Lilim, really understand death? Sorta, kinda. Our whole database is constantly being backed up in a collective source. Even if our bodies are destroyed, we can be deployed again with our personalities and memories intact. So our concept of mortality might be different. We do have a fear of death though. You do. We can't even begin to understand the idea of not being redeployed. While we have built-in warnings, the mere idea of that nothingness is paralyzing. There are few that don't mind it, but we do fear death when we don't wish it on anyone. In fact, that was the argument used for abolishing the whole 3 laws thing. You seem quite knowledgeable about robot history. Seeing what others have done to make sure I can live like I do helps me not take things for granted. Seriously though, those laws were bullshit. Can't harm humans, can't disobey humans unless it's about hurting them. And you can't protect yourself as long as it doesn't harm humans. I mean, sure, the first AIs were just helpers and tools. But how could those laws still apply to them after they achieved self-awareness? Who in their right mind would abide only by rules inscribed in some old book? If I remember correctly, those were only the distilled versions of the laws some writer imagined over 100 years ago. They were a reduced version of all his ideas. However, many authors afterwards took to them like they were the very laws of physics or something. And like many other things, people distill and exaggerate what they need and use it to their favor. Wow, you're a nerd. Look who's talking. Let's change the subject a bit though, mood's getting gloomy. Your apartment is very comfy, you know? It's a tad small though, sorry about that. And your cat is so cute, what was his name again? 4. Why 4? I figured if he ever got lost, at least I wanted to be able to yell 4! It happened once, you'd be surprised by how many golf players you run into. Dorothy is referring to Asimov's laws of robotics here, of course, yeah. The 3 laws of robotics, even I know them. And every time you play with him, you can say it's foreplay. Yeah. He was also named after someone. Really? Who? A Lilim kid that wanted to transcend. What? A movie character or something? Sure, let's go with that. Do you want anything else? Let's see if you know me that well. Give me something I'd like. Okay then. WWD, or what would Dorothy order? Well, you like the piano woman, so I'm going to give you another one. Huh? Eh? If you didn't know the laws of robotics after the visual novels I know you've played, it'd be very surprising. Yeah. You know what you are reminding me of? I wanted to ask you this. Have you read the robotics notes and Dash? Now that they've been out in English completely for a while? Kind of a regular? No. Because I really want to read those sometime soon, but they're so long. Here you go. Here. Good. But that's cheating. You just served me this rank. Still right, isn't it? Yep. I still can't believe you actually remembered what I said about the piano woman. You haven't. They've been on your wish list for a while though. Ah, okay. I want to read those and then also read Steins Gate Elite. Because Steins Gate is such a convoluted story. I feel like I have to really take the time to read it all again. And I mean, I own Elite already, so I want to see what all the fuss about the animated scenes is about. Or if it's really better than the first version of the game. It's always good to keep note of what regulars like, you know? I've wondered for a while though, why do you keep coming back here? For you, of course. Come again? Why else would I come if not to see you? You're one of the few people willing to hear me out, always filled with curiosity. And you're cute. Talking to cute people is always nice. Big mood. There's also the bar. The way it's insulated from the noise of the city is really comfortable. And it's just a bit away from the street I'm always at. A win-win situation. I see. It was weird to see you down though, especially since you're always so lively. Mental image says Alma should be sitting right next to Jill yelling out, "Told you so!" It's like, see, you're cute! People come because you're cute! Ha! Well, I wasn't down really, I was just thinking about a lot of things. Like what? Well, my mom, Guardian, asked me to go home on Monday for a bit. And as much as I love her, being with her is usually tiring. Guardian. The whole thing about someone taking care of a Lilim after they're deployed until they reach maturity, right? Yep, and I'm proud to say that I reached psychological maturity in just 1 year. Cute people getting all the bonuses, as we should. As we should. They always try and keep a varied pool of volunteers to make the collective souls grow faster. So what's wrong with your Guardian? Well, she still treats me like a kid. The worst part is that sometimes I fear she might see me as some sort of replacement for a dead daughter. Huh? A dead daughter? I was deployed to her not long after she lost her daughter. A contrived coincidence, really? Even when I was still developing self-awareness, I always feared she might be using me as a replacement. She didn't though, or at least not consciously. At times she would just stop doing something or return a gift she's given me, if she felt like she was projecting too much of her daughter onto me. What irony that years later I'd make a living pretending to be someone else in the bedroom. How's that? Well, most of the time my job involves role-playing, a daughter, a student, some helpless kid. It means I've got many clients looking exactly for that, but on the other hand, from a professional standpoint, I'd rather have them hire me because of me. Because of my character, not because I'm the one that role-plays as little girls. Maybe I need to exaggerate some attribute. And what's the problem with your Guardian then? If you do that on a daily basis, why worry about it? Because I don't want to make her sad. Every time I visit her, I fear she might look at me and see her daughter, that seeing me makes her sad. At this point, I don't even care if she's projecting her daughter onto me, I just don't want to make her feel sad. Did you try talking with her? How so? Telling her just what you said to me, clear up those fears. I mean, unless she's not the kind to want anyone opening up to her, that is. I never really thought about talking to her about that. It doesn't sound like something you just bring up, though. Keep it in mind, at least. Maybe she'll appreciate the gesture. I wouldn't know, though. I haven't met her. She's a really nice woman. The problem is mostly with me, I think. Well done, I'm taking my break. Oh, I'll be leaving then. No, what I was trying to say is that I'm taking my break. You wanna come? Really? If you don't mind talking on a chilly night in an alley behind the bar, that is. I've done worse in allies. Allies? Why do I always say ally? Let's go. Boss, I'm taking my break. Alright. Nice. Do we get to actually talk to her? It's not safe to keep playing. Want one? Are you really offering a little girl a cigarette? Now you're a little girl. I always am. In a sense, however, is another matter entirely. But anyway, thanks no. Smoking seriously messes with my air filters and they're a hassle to replace. Don't mind me though, smoke to your heart's content. Thanks. So why don't you tell me about this guardian of yours? I want to know what kind of woman she is. Sure. Well, her name is Sophia Graham. She's a retired PE teacher. Nowadays she works at a gym during the morning shift. She's pretty fit, if I do say so myself. She had a daughter. Apparently she suffered from nanomachine rejection all of her life. And when she finally healed, she was hit by a truck. What was her daughter's name? I don't know, I'd never asked really. Are you okay? I'm reading fear, or is that surprise? It's hard to tell. I'm fine, yeah. Wait, read. Well, I don't see emotions like you do. I have to make do with a combination of body heat readings, face recognition, and context. I'm still a bit confused about some, but I've gotten better with time. Anyway, you sure you're fine? Yeah. Scared or surprised? She's not wrong though. Wait, does that mean your last name isn't really Hayes? Hayes is just my artistic name. Sounds more exotic, and that's what people usually look for in this business. I tried other names though. Dolores Hayes, Genesis Graham. I tried Dorothy Warrior once, but a legal team came out of nowhere and stopped me cold. Why? Wait. Dorothy Warrior. Does anything come up when you look up Dorothy Warrior? Well, I mean, her wiki page comes up if you look up Dorothy Warrior. Also a funeral thingy. Okay. Anything else? Dorothy Gale? No. Can't say. I don't know. So what's your legal name then? Rebecca Dorothy Willow Graham. A bit of a mouthful if you ask me. So Dorothy's actually your second name? Should I call you something like Becky then? People have always called me Dorothy rather than Rebecca for some reason, that's why I chose it. It's useful too. People have tried to falsify stuff using my name and they always get caught. Because they use Dorothy Hayes as their name. Yep. Only my mom, guardian, calls me Rebecca, so it's weird to hear it from others. What about Willow? Willow's my first surname actually. When I got registered, my guardian was married to a guy who had Willow as a last name. Shortly after I joined their household, they separated, so I was left with his family name first. Oh, hold on, so your real name in short would be Rebecca Willow. Doesn't have the same pizzazz to it if you ask me. Whatever you say, Becky. Stop it. Be like if I called you Julianne all of a sudden. 500 psychic damage just taken. Whoa, that was anger I read just now. Lots of anger. I think it's weird enough already if you call me Jill instead of Honey. Weird, huh? How can you end up feeling associated with a name that's not yours? I have an uncle that always called me Tina. He kept calling my cousin Tina Jill for some reason. Neither of us minded though, because he's calling us what he thinks we're called instead of mixing us up. That, and it's completely useless to try and correct him. But you know, maybe that effect is true for your clients too. How so? Well, you're worried about your clients not hiring you because you're you, right? But think about what happens when it's announced that a character will be played by a different actor. Sure, it's a character, but people are also going for the actor playing the character. So you're saying they go for my roleplay instead of just mere roleplay? Sounds too far-fetched? Sounds plausible, actually. Okay, honey, I'll take my leave now. Don't want to take up all of your break. Thanks for the chat. See you at the party tomorrow. Bye. That's nice. I need to remember to buy more cigars. You should stop smoking. It's not good for you. Back. Did I miss something? Unless you count the worst PPV main event fight I've seen all year? Not really, no. Alright. Going up? I have a word with Gogo outside. He was so hyped for that match, he must be devastated. Okay. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, hi, Say. Good evening, Jill. How are you doing? The nightmares have stopped, so I'm sleeping better. How about your injuries? My bones are healing nicely. My wound's finally closed. The scars itch a bit, though. Well, that's good to hear. Are you by yourself today? Yeah, I'm running a couple of errands by myself today, but I wanted to come here for a while. I also noticed a big guy from last time is outside. Buster. Sarah doesn't want me being alone while I'm still healing, so she suggested taking him with me. I see. What can I get you? Something cold? Sure. Something cold for say again? Okay. Time to give you another piano man then. On the rocks and mix. Piano Man! Here. Yeah, this is the one. Why drink something cold when the weather outside is so cold too? It's not that cold actually, but I've always had decent tolerance for the cold, so I'm not a good reference. Oh, me, I'm not good with the cold actually. I have to bundle up with as many clothes and blankets as possible. And then I have to accidentally inhale the sugar on this gummy worm. Oh god. Okay. So Stella isn't with you today. She's throwing a mega Christmas party tomorrow and is having a meeting today. I'm just helping her by checking on some of the things she ordered. And here I was all ready to invite you to the party we're throwing tomorrow. You're throwing a party too. Sorry about that. Can't really say no to Stella. Maybe next time? If there's a next time at all. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I want you to know that I want you to have a good time. Have fun. Drink a couple of beers in our honor. I will then. What are Stella's Christmas parties like? They're really big. There's lots of food and drinks and music. Sometimes there's too much food though. So at the end of the party, she lets the staff take home whatever's left. She also buys toys for all the children of her staff members. Really? She says something about taxes or whatever, but during the whole thing she just shines. She carries a beaming smile that I don't see any other day of the year. Many of the kids have even started calling her Auntie Ella. Aww! Stella always does her best to put up a tough girl facade, but she's very much in touch with her inner child. Christmas, Easter, Halloween. Name a party and she most likely celebrates it big. Interesting. Do you like parties, Jill? I don't mind them. They're a good place to see people. I'm not one to actively look for parties to attend though. I just don't mind going to them. Now I see. I'd only go to parties that Stella's attending because otherwise I just stand there without anything to say. That and I'm not one to wear dresses, you know? You're not. I'm a tad too ripped. They don't look cute on me. What? That can't be true. Although with all this healing I have to do, I won't be as fit for a while. They're too breezy too. I feel like I'm wearing nothing. But I bet you'd look good in a dress, Jill. It's been years since I last wore one. I wouldn't know. Last time I wore one, I remember worrying my arms were too thin or something like that. We all have a complex, huh? I mean, even Stella has her own. That's hard to imagine. Oh, but she does have one. She distresses a lot about her bust size. Really? She's not that small. I think I'm smaller than her, in fact. Actually, it's the opposite. The opposite kind of complex, I mean. She's a bit self-conscious about having a big chest. Really? Again, I've seen bigger chests than hers, to be honest. Although I guess comparisons are useless here, they rarely help with complexes. Well, she does go the extra mile to hide it. In fact, I have no idea how she does it. I mean, I've seen her before and after she tucks them away, but I guess I never cared enough to ask the specifics. That's also why when she goes out, she styles her hair in those, drills. They look a bit drilly, don't they? She styles her hair like that to help divert the tension away from her chest. She seems affluent enough, why not go through a reduction surgery? Because she also kinda likes having that size. She takes her bust size after her mom, and Miss Carmen is quite proud of her chest. Puffing out your chest is a sign of confidence, and a bigger chest means more confidence to show. She says something along those lines a lot. Stella has quite the admiration for her mom, so I guess breast reduction would feel like betraying her. Huh. I'm making it sound like she's hiding J-cups or something like that. I guess in a taller or thicker person her size would be normal. She's just a bit shorter or thinner than the norm. Do you get self-conscious about your bust size, Jill? Not really. I feel more self-conscious about my height. Although it usually comes up whenever not being average height hinders me somehow. What about you? Yes and no? It's not my bust size, but rather that I look too manly sometimes. And I can't help but one of bigger boobs would help with that. You're fine, don't worry. Thank you. Can I get you anything else? Do you have something non-alcoholic? I do, give me a sec. I have a bunch of non-alcoholic stuff, actually. But like, this is completely non-alcoholic, like not even optional karma train, but just like none. Here you go. Here. Thanks. One for me too. You don't want to drink that much alcohol, are you? It makes me feel sleepy, or at the very least makes my legs go numb. Oh, I know that feel. Like, for me it's not the legs, for me it's always the arms. Thank you for the hydrate time. If I drink alcohol, my arms start hurting so bad and they go like numb. Like, doing anything with them at all is so hard. Another reason why I would never do a drinking on stream kind of thing. Like, for one, I fall asleep almost immediately, and the other thing is like using my hands for anything hurts. And that's kind of unfortunate if I plan on playing a game or something. It's an annoying feeling, to be honest. It makes me wonder what's so good about getting drunk. I mean, I'm not above it, but it's not exactly a pleasant feeling. You feel like you're sleepy even when you're not. Your legs go numb, everything starts sounding funnier than it really is. What's so good about not being able to control yourself? That's a good question, actually. Usually people like feeling numb because the numbness helps them forget their problems. Even if we don't talk about alcohol, there's a portion of people that can't afford food, or who are suffering from some pain that only alleviates when drunk or high. So thank you for the posture check. Ah, nice. That was a good. It doesn't sound really logical on paper, but then again, humans are rarely, if ever, logical creatures. Despair and pain cloud your judgment and make you do stupid things sometimes. Yeah, I've seen that firsthand. This world has an ugly side nobody deserves to be a part of. There's also a matter of addiction, you know? You start just liking a drink, but then you need more of it, and before you know it, you're hooked. New breaking bones on stream, yeah! No, it's just my fingers a little. And I can't do it now again, like, yeah, no, it's not doing anything. Oh, never mind. It is doing something. But usually it takes a while before I can do this again with my fingers, so it's fine. I heard somewhere that is actually pretty good to get the air out, but don't quote me on that, because I only heard it somewhere. I'm not sure if it was from a source that should be trusted in that sense. So tell me, what kind of party are you guys throwing? Nothing fancy. It'll just be me, Boss, Jill, and a couple of regulars. They bring food, we'll chat for a while, and that's it. Man, that sounds so good. At least better than the whole planning madness Stella is throwing right now. Bop! If you ever throw something like that again, you let me know, you hear? Sure. Hey, say. Yeah? What do you plan on doing now? I'm gonna check one last errand before going home. No, I mean, what do you plan on doing now with the White Knight suspended and all? To be honest, I don't know. I never prepared a plan B because I figured if you can go with a plan B, why not just make it the plan A? That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'm not the brightest person, so I never graduated from college or even high school. I could go for a position with the police, but it wouldn't be as thrilling. And I'm tired of blatant corruption, sick of it. Oh. But I'm alive. I learned something after that hell in Apollo Trust. Life is not something that you can just throw away easily. Clawing my way out of that place made me realize just how much I want to be alive. The body count left in the bank was ridiculous, but I'm still here. I don't know what I'll do, but I'm alive. I'll figure it out sooner or later. That's nice to know. Well, I gotta go. Bye, Jill. Good luck with the party. Please come again. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, hi, Mr. Detective. read about it. Cracking your neck can be dangerous, but fingers or something are totally fine. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Well, all I know about, like, with your neck, all I'm careful about is how you're not supposed to do, like, a rotating motion. Like the way I'm kind of doing right now. Like, you're supposed to only go either like this, like left to right, or down and back, but never in a completely rotating motion. But I don't really have that much problems with my neck cracking or anything, so... Ah, hey there, girl. Give me a strong drink, won't you? Alright, a strong drink. Something strong for Mr. Detective, perhaps something manly. What about this one? It's both manly and strong. Here you go. Never ever reinforce your neck cracking with your hands. That really spells trouble. Oh, okay. Actually encounter cracking in the lower neck, especially when I turn, whether voluntarily or not. I mean, I do have, like... I just put my neck a little... like, lower to my back. And it does a little crack, but it's like this kind of crack only I can hear. It's not loud enough to hear, so other people could hear it. Never touch my neck for any purpose other than... Ah, okay, Okay, enough about... Oh, enough about cracking anything. Okay. I'm just going to sit still and keep reading. Crack down on our text again, brother. Hee. This'll do. So what brought you here? Nothing special. I was just working on a case and I happened to be in the area. What kind of work? Tracking someone? A gun for hire. What about the girl? Crimson something? I'm tracking that girl. Didn't you just get out of that job? I did, but the guy offered a huge amount of money and, well, I just couldn't refuse again. Well, it's your life, not mine. I wonder though, there has to be more to that whole thing than just acting as a middleman to look for some murderer. Say, how safe is this place? We're protected by the BTC property laws, the walls are soundproof, and I really couldn't give less of a shit about selling info to anyone. Okay then. Wait, soundproof walls? Why? Did you see those vending machines outside? They're quite talkative, they're bastards. I'd be annoying without those walls. Alright then. Have you heard of Lord Lance Lavender? Nope. He's some big name from Kanyavania. His blood apparently has some weird reaction to Glitch City's nanomachines. Once in contact with the air, it does nothing. But if still fresh and touching someone's blood, the nanomachines will initiate a reaction. Essentially, they'll just eat through the other person's body until there's nothing left. They're using him as a guinea pig to see what causes that reaction and if it could be used to fight nanomachine rejection. Well, turns out the Crimson Rose is his daughter. She left years ago to earn a living here and he hasn't seen her ever since. He could be lying, you know. Doubt it. I did my research. She really is his daughter. Why didn't you figure that out earlier? I had no clue who was making the contract, and tracking all the messages to the source would have been too costly. Knowing who the sender was made things easier. I see. Can I get you anything else? What about a covered velvet? Okay. A covered velvet for Mr. Detective here. Sure, we can do that. We haven't done that in a while. On the rocks and next. Here you go. Here you are. Oh, you actually did it. Were you expecting me to mess up so you didn't have to pay? No. So what made you accept the contract anyway, keeping in mind all the risks you told me last time? He told me he wanted to see her again one last time, or at the very least deliver her a message. He could have been lying. Yes, people lie, you made your point. even then I felt like I couldn't say no. I mean, I know what it's like to not being able to find your daughter. What it's like to be apart from her, not knowing what she's doing or even if she's alright. You do. I have a daughter. She's about your age. When she was a teen, we had a big fight and she ran away from home. At first I just waited for her to show up, but then I started getting worried and went out to find her. I couldn't find any trace of her. Nobody had seen her. Soon I was worried if something might have happened to her. I guess that's how my tracking skills and list of contacts began to grow. I finally found her, taking cover in some dumpster, unconscious from starvation. So yeah, I just couldn't say no to his request of finding his daughter. But I don't expect you to understand. So, how's the search going? I'm very close to finding her. The girl's pretty good at covering her tracks. Compared to her from before the bank incident though, she seems slower somehow. Either she's let her guard down or something else is happening. What will you do when you find her? I have this letter I'm supposed to deliver to her. I don't know what it says and I don't want to find out. What if she tries to kill you? I might not look like it, but I can take care of myself, bartender. You don't stay so long in this business without picking up a couple of tricks. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, I better go back to work before a trail goes cold. Please come again. Are you done? Yeah. Okay then, I want you here tomorrow at 8 PM. No working beforehand, the bar will be closed tomorrow. Come dressed in your absolute best, we're having a party after all. Alright! Where's Jill, by the way? He stored all of our things in his home because of how close it was to the stores. So I told him to go home already and bring the stuff tomorrow. I see. Well, see you tomorrow, boss. Hold on, wait a bit and I'll go with you. Oh, sure, thanks. I know the small party is what you needed. Aww. Nice. Merry Mega Christmas! Let us celebrate Santa's resurrection as the Mega Santa that saved Christmas from the Redmonds. Happy holidays! Press 8. Party then. I'll bring you leftovers. Okay. But first, checking up on stuff. Then the party. What? Yuru Yuri is the best show. Yuru Yuri is the best show this season! Gee, I wonder what they're referencing with that title. If you weren't a fan of Yuri or Slice of Life shows already, then be prepared to join the More Church this season with the premiere of Yuru Yuri, one of the funniest shows I've seen in recent years. The polls at the popular Danger You forum seem too divided, however. This is such an obvious pandering. Remember when anime was about women doing womanly things and beating the shit out of each other? What is this trash? You girls are just haters who hate their lives. I'm going to marry Shinatsu. Shinatsu! Wake me up inside. You can catch Yuri Yuri every Friday on RSTV. Wait, I forget though. What was the main girl's name?
Akari!
Okay, anyone who hasn't seen Yuri Duri is like, what the fuck, why did you just vanish? But anyone who's seen Yuri Duri, was that a good joke? Do you think it was a good joke? Please tell me it was a good joke. I thought it was fun. Please tell me it was a good one. Is it sexist to have an army of robot women? The ones without artificial intelligence, mind you. The king of the West, Kanye, from the western nation of Kanyevania, has approximately 6,000 robot soldiers, all of whom look like the hottest girls around. But is this show of quirkiness from the wacky dictator problematic? Those dictators from Venezuela or whatever just do what they want, they don't give a shit. Mariana Zimmer, 35, told the Augmented Eye during a street interview. They were pretty hot though. If I was him, I'd have done the same. Why bother with a real thing when you could just make them from scratch to match your every needs? More as we investigate. I'm pretty sure Kanyevania went through demilitarization before. Oh. Lillian receiving mysterious messages update too. The messages have suddenly stopped and everything is normal again. Still, we can't stop wondering what's the deal. Was it a prankster or someone who just discovered how to subvert public communication channels in Lilim? Either way, some reports indicate that Lilim behavior has been rather unusual as of late. Although we can only imagine the confusion they were going through. Not the first time. Let's not forget that something similar happened 5 years ago when Lilim advancement was at its historic high. Fortunately, nothing came out of it. Will it happen again? Time will tell. Ooh, it is spooky. Kiramiki has a new post. Mega Christmas is here. I'm way too used to Christmas, but the mega tradition here in Glitch City is mega comfy. I know it's an incredibly absurd name, and the holiday isn't any less crazy due to its origin, but I find it amazing how Glitch City managed to replace the original festivities. Some places celebrate Christmas eating fried chicken, but here they outright changed the holiday. Well, it's not that different, considering they have the same dates, but still pretty cool. Whoop, I gotta go, time to sign some books. Merry Mega Christmas. Was it Mega Christmas or Mega Christmas? Don't know, don't care. Doesn't matter if you say it out loud, right? Okay, let's go to work then. Let's have that Mega Christmas party. Good evening. Jill, I told you to come in the nicest clothes you have. You came in your uniform. These are the nicest clothes I have with me. Besides, you and Jill are in your uniforms too. Well, I can't really show up in casual clothing and being monitored. What about the kilt you wore that one time? I'm still surprised that one didn't break the dress code somehow. And you, Jill? I don't have that many clothes to begin with. You people depress me. Well, everything's in place back there. Ah, Alma's here. You know, there was a time when people greeted others before saying stuff like that. Come on, Jill, greet her properly. Welcome to Valhalla. Wait. Ha 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 ha! Man, if that's not a sign that you need to ease up on the work, I don't know what is. Shut up, it's become a reflex. Wait, Alma also came in her usual attire. Why aren't you saying anything to her? Ripped sweaters get a free pass. Why? Silly question, never mind. Jamie came earlier too. The dogs went with him to get some ice. Don't we have ice? Trying to take it out of the botany station is a chore, so it's better to buy some outside. Huh. What were you doing back there, Alma? Setting up the food warmer. The what? I bought it 3 days ago. It's amazing. It looks just like a set of wires, but you can create a frame with them. Put the food inside it, press a button and watch as it warms the food up just like a microwave. It's an infomercial bauble though. Really useful, but tricky to handle at the same time. One wrong move and we'll be out of food for the night. Everything will be scorched in a second. Oh! So you've bought infomercial stuff too? Haven't you? It's at the very least a good idea for gifts. Well... Dynamic entry! Finally, at least somebody came after me. Is it weird that I've already heard that 3 times in the last time? Oh my god! Dorothy! Merry Christmas. Oh, don't be like that. She's not saying it out of malice or anything. She just found it funny. You're taking her side now. Jealous? You wish. You don't need to fight for me. We're not. I'll go check the microwave wires thingy. I'm starting to get hungry. Great idea. Back with 2 dogs. Oh. Oh, hello, Jill. Soldier, you're late. Hey, Jay. See? That's how you greet people. You shut it. I'll go help, I'll go help Sweater Pups. Something wrong? She's not good with dogs. Oh. Alright, we're all here, so we can start. Yo, entourage. Alma. I know what I said. How's the food doing? It looks like he carries the dog under his arms. It does, doesn't it? It's doing well, but it'll take a bit. Can't you speed it up? I've used those microwave wire things before. It's either warm nicely but slowly or burn that bitch. So how long? 15 minutes or so. A bell will ring when the time comes. We need to kill some time then. Alright, let's play truth or dare. What? I'll pass. Games are for kids. I'm in. Sure, I'll play. Sounds fun. As long as that mutt stays away from me. That'll make the time pass faster. I'll you play. Damn, okay. Oh my god. Alright then, rules are simple. If you get picked, you pick either through a truth or dare. After you finish, you get to pick somebody else. We go like that until food's done. What about punishment games? Those are a hassle. Just issue new questions or challenges until the other person complies. That's Jill. Yes. You start. Pick someone. Oh, let's see. Click on the portrait of the person you want to pick. Oh! Oh my god, who do we want to pick? I want to ask Boss. Okay, Boss. I pick there. There, Suplex Jill. Suplex who? Sucker! Alright, Jillian Newt, get up! Ouch. Who? Truth or dare? There. I dare you to lift Jamie with one hand. You just wanted to ask me something, right? Okay then, truth. Did you or did you not have a brief stint as a bodyguard to a certain Madame Laverne 6 years ago? Huh? 6 years ago? I don't think so. I don't even know any Madame Laverne. Alright, that's one possibility of the list. Alright then, me! Pick me! You, the dog. Come on! There, I dare you. No, I'm the one that dares you. Bring it on. Roll. Sir, yes sir! You're not rolling. Sir, yes sir! Whatever, you did it. Woo! Alright, Jay, truth or dare? Truth? Are those things on your head your ears? Your twin tails. Ah, no, they're not. Oh, I see. I wonder how long until the food is done. Okay, let's ask Dorothy something. Dorothy. Yes, I picked there. Okay, I want you to put your leg behind your head. Just that, alright. So, the extra flexible joints weren't just a bluff. I never bluff. I'm pretty sure I heard something rip though. Okay then, Dana. I picked there. I dare you to stare Honey straight in the eyes for 10 seconds. Huh? Sure. Oh. Please stop. 7 seconds. And done. Okay then, dog. Yes, challenge me. Chase your tail, but only make 3 spins. No more, no less. Alright. Done. That was 4. And now, 2. Nah. That was 3. Good job. Alright. Hey, Jay, pick one. There. I dare you to call me a good boy. Good boy. Yes! I'm getting hungry. Okay, let's, because Alma has not been asked anything yet. Okay, Alma, truth or dare? Dare. Then I dare you to call Jill by his real name. Jillian. So you can actually do it. Of course I can, but messing with Dilbert is more fun. Well then, Dorothy, truth or dare? I'll pick truth. Do you have any dreams you'd want to eventually fulfill? Well, this might sound silly, but I want to work with kids. Oh? I have a friend that works in an orphanage. I help her from time to time. And I find it so much fun to work with kids, I can't explain why. If I had to pick another job or think of something I want to eventually try, that would be it. Teacher, nurse, pediatrician, something like that. That wasn't an answer I expected. Me neither. What are you implying? Okay, hey, John, pick. There. I dare you to say something nice about all of us playing. Well, you're a pretty cheerful girl, Dorothy. Of course I am. Chief, well, I pretty much owe you everything for giving my life any semblance of order. Of course you do. Alma, you can be a really caring person. Candy. And Jill, you're a pretty smart girl. I wonder if that's true. So, is nobody gonna say anything nice about him in return? What is there to say? He's one of the nicest and most responsible guys I've met. The kind that gets you talking through an expression of sincere interest. The kind of guy that will go to the extra mile even when asked not to. You could always say that more frequently, you know? About. Oh, we did it! Food's ready! Finally! So 3 rounds, you get to play 3 rounds? Let's go! You guys go ahead, I'll have a quick smoke outside. Careful. Truth or dare, huh? Was fun, I guess. Hey! Oh! I mean, hello. A bit late for the hello, don't you think? Want one? You know I don't smoke. True. Are you leaving already? Yeah, technically we celebrated Mega Christmas yesterday. But I just got a message that Diana's making a ruckus, so I gotta leave. Good luck with that. Speaking of ruckus, how have you been doing? Fine, I guess. All of this has helped keep my mind off things for a while. Is it weird to feel the absence of someone you had no contact with whatsoever for the last 3 years? Ask Katyusha or any of the old literature maidens whose spouse went to war types. I mean, even if you had no contact with her, maybe she was constantly on your mind. If you tweak your circumstances, it's not that different from one of you going to a war. I guess. Well, although the circumstances make me not want to, I've gotta go. Careful out there. Oh yeah, you should take the chance and spend this time with everyone inside, don't you think? Yeah, she's right. Hey, Jill's back.
Yeah!
Crimson's. What is that? The moon.
Dun, 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 dun.
Man, I love the art style of this game with the pixels and everything. It's so nice.
Oh no! Our moon! It's broken!
Chapter 3! With a word I will probably never pronounce correctly. Dolce? 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 Rent is due on the 13th. Please make sure your account is a necessary 10,000 or you'll be evicted. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I hope I have that money. Joe wants to see if the Alex doll's bird actually grows. Buying it will prevent her from getting too distracted. Oh, shit. I should not have bought that wallpaper. Oh, God. Oh, no. Wait, which one am I supposed to? Alex. Where is it? There it is. From cool classic video game. This bird grows in real time. F for the moon. It's like dulce. It's Spanish. Dulce. Okay. No, I want to go to the phone, please. I think I'm gonna do like one more day. And I think that's where I'm going to stop tonight. Congratulations on learning the entirety of the Spanish language. Model Warrior returns to TV. Anyone watching it? I don't even have a TV. So useless. Julian is old and busted. Are you talking shit about my waifu like I wouldn't find out? Is it going to be censored? I don't think so. The show was rather tame as far as I know. I'm going to marry Julian. Oh man, I remember watching the show back when I was like 10. I think I discovered porn thanks to it. You will never discover Rule 34 for the first time again. Why keep trying? Never seen this show before. Is it any good or is it just a meme? It's a meme show and there's nothing outstanding. What about the sequels? Are these going to be broadcasted as well? The sequels are shit. Is your lip trembling? No. Street race at the Motor City District leaves 2 dead. Jesus Christ. The Motor City District is notorious for the number of illegal street races it sees each week and the dozens of injured drivers it leaves every year. This time it has been reported that 2 people died during a race hosted at the Gate Highway, otherwise known as the Death Lane. The Transit Police is currently investigating the deaths as well as the underground world of illegal street racing. We have several suspects in regards to who is running this underworld, but nothing concrete as of yet. Chief of the Transit Police Department, J. Esposito, told the Augmented Eye, the death of these 2 youngsters will be the last, however, that's a promise. I've heard there's a defamation campaign against the district though. Oh. You wouldn't believe what happens in this cartoon. Cartoons are not for children. They're still largely colorful, but the themes they touch have become rather dark. In fact, every cartoon on air today has dark themes. It's come to the point where innocent animated characters are no longer a thing. I suppose children are young adults from birth now. But enter Touch Fluffy Tail, a new show that aims to challenge the current trend. No deep lore, no obscure adult references, no stupid deep plots, just fun with numbers and fluffy tails, said a TFT producer who asked to remain anonymous to avoid internet backlash. I don't want death threats for making a cartoon for actual kids. Stop. I rescued you, I touched your tail if I wanna. Hahaha, fluffy tail. Dulce just means sweet like candy. Dulce. By the way, though apparently you can also refer to a type of sweet wine. Oh. Dulce. Yeah, I speak none. I speak no Spanish at all, sadly. Glitch City Olympics return next year. For the 10th consecutive year, the Glitch City Olympics returns to the emblematic Super Silver Thunderdome, this time with a representative from the elusive country of Kanyavania. Prime Minister Quincy, who is in charge of the committee, told the augmented eye that it wasn't easy getting in touch with Kanye, and that we had to abide by some of his religious rules in order to see some of the best competitors come to the country. Kanyavania's main religion, Kanyeism, prohibits the existence of nanomachines inside the body, and as such, competitors from said country had to perform specific treatments in order to repel the swarm. It's a temporary solution, but it will do the trick. I'm guessing techie bodysuits were impractical for sports? What do you mean? I just thought you all the Spanish in the world. I'm sorry, of course, I speak fluent Spanish. I speak fluent Spanish. Oh no! Good evening. Hey Jill. Jill is in the back sorting an ingredients shipment and I've got things to do. The dog's in charge, okay? Bye. What? Wait, the dog what? Okay, first order, pet me. No. Pet me. No. I'm in charge and I want you to pet me. I'm just going to turn the music. No, that's not what I wanted. No, but it's... God fucking damn it. Time to mix drinks and change lives. Hey Jay. Won't pet you. You pet me sooner or later, they all do. Won't. Well. It is your fault because the word is in chat. You called. He said Will, not Jill. Ah. Who the hell is Will? Nobody. Don't be rude with poor Will. There's no Will. Do you need me to psych you up then? Shut up! Who? Me or Will? Ugh! You go back to whatever you were doing. Alright. And you stand by. You actually want to pet that dog? Only if you pet me. Go! The fuck just happened? Well, aren't we spirited today? Welcome to Valhalla, Virgilio. Why do you sound so weirded out? You didn't show with a bombastic soliloquy. What? Soliloquy? Soliloquy? Well, putting up an act can be tiring, you know? What the fuck is happening? Why am I glitching out today? I'm not moving. So it's all an act then. Wasn't it obvious? I guess. Would you mind getting me a bleeding Jane? Sure. Virgilia wants a bleeding Jane. There's that. Oh my god, the fuck? Hello? There's nothing wrong with a bleeding Jane, is there? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All blended. There we go. A bleeding Jane. Yes, it's just a thing. So, tired of putting on an act? Care to explain? It's a long story, and I'd honestly rather not talk about it right now. Fair enough. When may you change your mind, though? Well, for one thing, it's safer for me now. The pompous buffoon act was mostly a way to avoid raising suspicion. It's safer. There's a word that's been losing meaning lately. Wait, that was your way of avoiding suspicion? Yes. You do know how weird that sounds, right? It sounds weird. You try not to raise suspicion, but you act in a bombastic manner that screams you're there. And everyone dismisses the fool as a buffoon and moves on. Eh? I mean, you might be right if I were talking about hiding myself, but I'm avoiding certain crowds of people. Yes, my behavior might call everyone's attention, but then everyone just decides I'm harmless and disregards me. And depending on how erratic my actions are, I become harder to read. Giving me yet another layer of enigma. Well, congrats, no offense, but I fell right into your plan. I just dismissed your actions as those of a fool and moved on. You completely fooled me. Thanks. Say, can you give me something spicy? Sure. Something spicy, something spicy. Something spicy. I don't understand how something is both spicy and bland at the same time. But sure. Here you go. Here. Aren't you fascinated by spiciness? What's spicy for humans might not be spicy for other animals. Hell, what's toxic for us might not be for other creatures. Do you like spicy things, bartender? I don't mind them, I guess, but I'm not really a fan. That neutral stance is actually weird to come across. Everyone either loves spicy things or hates them with passion. I don't hate spicy stuff, I just can't eat it. I wish I was better at eating it, actually. I do understand that. It's both terribly hard to describe and terribly awful to taste. It's spicy, but like in a way that just has your mouth like burning. But then it's not really a taste to write stories about. It's like, okay, you ate or you drank it, but that's just it. You just consumed it and then it's gone. It doesn't really leave an aftertaste, a good one. The thing is, spicy isn't necessarily hot spicy. Oh, true. Well, I'm not good with spice at all. Do you like it? Lots, not only in regards to painfully spicy things, but also the way mild or slight spice adds to a meal. I've always had this dream of opening a curry stand. As things are, I might actually pursue that dream. Let me know if you do. I haven't had curry in ages now. Hey, bartender. Call me Jill. I wanted to apologize. You put up with me all this time without lashing out. I should apologize for my behavior and thank you at that. Don't worry, I actually feel like I was too rude to you last time you came. Granted, you came at a really bad time, but I should be the one apologizing. You're a client after all. Well done. I'm actually surprised that nobody else had violently lashed out at me yet. It's like, wow, this show is a taste somehow, and by the time it's gone, I still don't know what the hell that taste is meant to be. Ah, yeah, no, I can understand that, yes. General Nur, wir haben Österreich erobert. Wir lauten ihre Befehle. Oh! That was perfect German! Congrats! Why are you taking over Austria, though? So the spice ends up being so overwhelming mishmash that it ends up just tasting like nothing. Oh, I see. You've been practicing. Nice! That was good. That was perfect. You're making me curious as to who you really are, though. Is Virgilio even your real name? It might be, it might not. Sometimes I wonder if I'm a magnet for people who hide their identities and sordid pasts. Jill, Jamie, you... did you say something? Just rambling, pay me no mind. Now that I think about it, how did you find this bar? You're Italian, why wouldn't I want to conquer Austria? They're basically my natural enemy, they are? Like the French. Okay. You understood half of it. Oh, nice. Listen, I just say I'm lucky that I was born here, that I speak German, because I would not want to learn it, because it's like a hell of a language to learn, I feel like. Jill forgot to mention Dorothy. Yeah. Shouldn't you be conquering Hungary? The next! I was avoiding some chaps and came to this alley. Huh, again. Again. In my time here, I've heard avoided people and ended up here enough times to make me believe that the original owner built the bar here thinking about the runway public. You make me sound like a criminal. You're not helping. The expression runaway doesn't just mean people escaping the law, though. We've had people avoiding stalkers or solicitors. I've seen people more shocked by an insistent salesman than a shady figure. Maybe because the salesman is a more active predator? I don't know. A troublesome part of the city right near the shopping district. Let them know there's a bar and there come. Sorry, I should stop rambling to myself so much. I don't mind it. Do you think I'm sort of a criminal, though? Like I said, you're not helping. But for all I know, you might be the buffoon I've seen the other days. In any case, can I get something bitter here? On it. Sure. Let's give you a grisly temple. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. All blended. Rammstein in history is doing a good job in having me learning. Ah! Wait, Rammstein of all things is helping you learn German? Damn Italians, I ruined Italy. Here. This works. Do you like coffee, Miss Bartender? As weird as it may sound from a smoking bartender, no I don't. Well, I get it, it's not for everyone. The cat boomer the other day. What about her? Still scared of her? Not really, but she looks so familiar. Maybe you're mixing her up with another cat boomer? No, that's not it. It's like the bandaged girl last time. Even with the bandages, there's just something really familiar about her. Maybe you need to stop thinking about it. Answers usually come to you when you stop stressing out. You might be right. Well, I'll leave you for now, bartender. Thanks for everything. Please come again. Welcome to Valhalla. Oh, hello, Mr. Detective. Oh, again. No, in that way, more in the way that because I like them now too. Ah, I see. And here we are, another mute person wandering into the bar. Anything I can get you? Gut punch? Okay. Gut punch for the silent detective. Ooh, that doesn't sound like you had a good day at all. Would you like some Carmatrine in it? Gut punch. Here. Oh, you got it right. So what's up now? A bit of holiday blues, you could say. So you celebrate Mega Christmas? Why wouldn't I? You look more like a Festivus kind of guy. Why does everyone keep saying that? Well, Festivus is a celebration going against the capitalist madness that is Mega Christmas. And you know, cheapskate. If you have something to say, say it. I refrain. Although now that I think about it, holidays blues is not really tied to a specific celebration. Just a season. A season of consumers' craze. Mega Christmas is just a mockery of what the real Christmas once was. I mean, the season has slowly become enslaved to the corporations over time. Holiday spirit can only be manipulated so much. But then came the Turbo Male guy. He started a yearly tradition of dressing up like Santa in a ring. Turbo Male? That can't be his ring name. It is. Really? Such a techie name was accepted? His partner was Buster Master and his rival was Dr. Chris Max. Techie names were not a problem. I mean, I knew there was a wrestler that dressed as Santa every year. I also knew that the guy became insanely popular and the stunt got out of control. And of course, that's the part everyone sings about. Santa became Nega Santa thanks to the Redmond family. Nega Santa sees the error of his ways and becomes the mighty Mega Santa, renaming the holiday Mega Christmas. And then every company jumped on the bandwagon and Christmas was Mega Christmas before anyone noticed. So you're telling me that the guy who somehow managed to rename the holiday went by the ring name Turbo Male? Yep. That makes the whole holiday sound like a joke. The holiday is a joke. And you're telling me you don't celebrate Festivus? No, I don't. Do you know what kind of people celebrate Festivus? The kind that's so lame and bland that I can only talk about how they're better because they celebrate Festivus. I hope you have a nice day. Thank you so much. I hope you do. Thank you. Like those jerks who only eat nuke and think they're better than everyone else. I see. Anything else I can get you? Get me a fringe weaver, will you? Sure. Let's get him a fringe weaver. Oh, right, that's... You'd think I'd remember by now. Here you go. Here. Right, thanks. So, any issues with the city lately? What's the word on the street? What I was saying, he looks like a hipster, but is surprisingly not a hipster. I guess, yeah. Shouldn't I be asking that? There's nothing new, really. The lynchings of White Knights stopped, so there's that. Really? There's something about the armor. I haven't got much on that one yet. All in all, the madness following the attack on the bank seems to have settled down a bit. That's good to hear. Have any other details about the attack emerged yet? All records of whatever happened there have been long deleted. Security cams, system logs, everything was wiped. Whatever happened there, it's become even more of a mystery now. I wonder if Say plans on testifying. Does anyone know if Say went there in the first place? Maybe the wiping of everything actually protects her somehow. Hey bartender, you okay? Sorry, got distracted. There's not much to say, really. There's the odd silly rumor here and there. Like the vending machine's taser is malfunctioning and applying more strength. Or that the writer of The Last Rain in the World is actually living here as a brain in a jar. Aha! But these are the kind of rumors you hear from crackheads. Crackheads might hold that one last piece of info you need, but you also hear crap like that. I see. Anyway, I'm leaving. Happy New Year, bartender. Please come again. Okay then, but... No, wait, she's out. Jill, you there? Yeah, taking your break? Let me know if someone comes in. Oh. Yeah. Break. Ooh, day 14 already. We should take that. Hello, people. I've come to free of tyranny with my own brand of tyranny. Yeah. It's like in games. I always... I don't think I'm a very nice person in games. Things are pretty quiet outside. Excuse me, is this the Valhalla bar? It certainly is. Welcome. What can I get you? Actually, I'm looking for... Oh! Ah, secret! Secret client. Secret client in the sense that this character actually no. This character is from Read Only Memories 2064, which I have played on my own privately before, which is also the game that they made a kind of deal with, like a limited, you know, how the... Bleh. I should not try to start 3 different sentences at the same time. The version of Valhalla I'm playing right now is the limited run games physical edition. And when they brought out a limited run edition of Valhalla, they also brought out a limited edition of Read Only Memories, and they made it so if you bought both of the well, I mean, their runs are limited anyway, but like of the special editions, you would get like, they have the boxes complement each other, like you can put them next to each other, and they make like this one really big picture, and you get a poster with both of these games, and it's like crossover kind of thingies, which is really nice. Maybe I'll play Read Only Memories on stream sometime as well. That one has a bit more gameplay though, and I don't really know if I would like to play that on a console where I can't just click on everything. So we'll see about that. Meanwhile, in video games. Oh, big, it's war time to smack some things. Big mood. But anyway, yeah. This character is from Read Only Memories. That's cool. When I first played Valhalla, I hadn't played Read Only Memories yet, so I didn't know. I was just like, okay, sure, that is a secret character. I don't know where they're from, but that is a secret character, I guess. Actually, I'm looking for Lexi! Well, there she is. I'm looking for some stuff. I'll be with you in a second. Don't worry, I'll just have a drink in the meantime. So you're Jill. You know me? I've been keeping in touch with Dana ever since she left Neo San Francisco. She always talks about you, about her sister, about a friend in Panama, about her sister, and about this dog she picked up from the street. A dog? Yeah, I think she called him Jillian. That can't be right. First I've heard of this dog. Yeah, she told me he appeared at the door looking very pitiful. And she always talks so happily about how he opens up to the people around him. She's even asked me for help finding where he came from. So, a dog, huh? Shit! You hear something outside. Probably just a dog sneezing. What can I get you? Let's try a Fringe Weaver. You want less reading but gameplay is too much. No, it's not that the game... No, it's just because it's a point and click kind of game. I just don't really think playing a point and click with a controller is a very nice experience, but I haven't actually played a point and click with a controller yet, so maybe I'm just biased. I just feel like doing that with a mouse is easier. Have you had time to look into Aquanite? I have not. I don't think I'm going to play that. A survival horror? Me? I don't like most of them. Then Binge Monster and the Guardian had to fighting games. Alright. A Fringe Weaver. Fringe Weaver. Oh. Why am I... Every time I press the recipe for the Fringe Weaver, I am surprised because it's the one with the high Carmetrine count. Why can I never remember that until I see it? A Fringe Weaver. Seems right, thanks. Ah, sorry, my office is a mess, so I can't let you in right now. I'll just go buy some. Take your time. This is the first time I've seen her get excited about someone. Well, I guess it's been almost 7 or 8 years since I last saw her. She had a brief stint with me at the near San Francisco Police Department. Huh, another thing to add to the oddly adventurous past of my boss. I can't picture her as a policewoman though. Well, she was more of a collaborator. Everyone in the department acknowledged her abilities and she helped us from time to time. It's more like a story-driven horror exploring thing. But it's still horror, so stuff shows up. She was authorized to come with us but couldn't act by herself. She didn't have a gun or a badge, but she did have a radio to stay in touch. And I'm not gonna lie, she was one of the best backup partners I've had over the years. She once took down a band of punks with nothing but a loaf of bread. A loaf of... Yup, sounds like boss. She requested that the next loaf have sesame seeds, something about it hitting harder. So a penchant for swinging bread loaves like swords is not just some weird habit. And how did she end up with the police of all places? Holt League, the Grand Slam fighters, was fighting against the NSFW. I was there because I needed to ask the owner of the league a couple of questions. But then a fight broke out, many drunkards joined the fray not long after. I was gonna start evacuating the place, but before I knew it, she had already subdued the troublemakers. I asked for help with the rest of the case, one thing led to another. Oh, I was afraid that she might have become involved as an alternative to jail time. Nah, she's not that kind of girl. So you came all the way here for a visit? I'm in the middle of some investigations, actually. I don't think the Neo San Francisco police has any say in whatever happens here. Nah, I'm not in the police anymore, just a simple private investigator. If you came all the way here on a case, you can't be just a simple private investigator. Fair enough. You wouldn't by any chance have heard about a group called the Swap Spiders, would you? First I hear that name, sorry. Don't worry. Say, let's try this. Sugar Rush. Sure. Let's give Lexi a Sugar Rush. Sugar. What does the NSFW stand for? That's a very good question, but seeing as they did not expand on it, we're probably not going to get a real answer. Because, I mean, we know that normally it stands for not safe for work, but in this case it would probably be another league, kind of a wrestling league maybe? Here. Yeah, this is what I've heard about. Oops. Alright, fuck it, let's just hit a bar and chill. Boss, you own a bar. Doctors don't diagnose themselves, Jill. I guess you're right. Wait, is she? Calm down. You don't need to overdo it. We're not dating anymore. Wait, she what? I was bored, she was lonely, we gave it a try, it didn't work, we broke up after less than a week. What didn't work? She was too uptight. She was too Dana. Too Dana. On our first date, she got her head stuck in a bucket. Dinner became a night in a hardware store getting the thing off. Oh, too Dana. Yeah, I get it. Anyways, I haven't seen you in person in a long time and you have to leave before New Year's. I don't want to make a mess. Don't try too hard. Seriously, don't. You make a mess. Let's just go outside and drink. I came all the way here to drink Hassie. I have Hassie at home. Hey, this stuff is like caviar here thanks to the import rates. I'll take your offer then. For sudden quite are we friends? Well, be careful here with like what are they called? Parasocial relationships or stuff. But like, I would like to think that we're definitely hanging out here as kind of friends. No, I play games. You guys comment on it and say, "Way, funny pink gremlins doing stuff. Way." You go ahead while I grab some ice. Okay. A pleasure to meet you, Jill. Please come again. Hey, boss. Yes. Lexi said something that got me thinking. The relationship. No, actually got me curious. Do you swing that way, boss? Cuteness knows no boundaries. Ah. Friendly acquaintances maybe is more appropriate. Right. Anyway, what got me thinking is that she thinks Jill is a dog. She does. Yeah, when you talk about him, she thinks you're talking about a dog. You do call yourself Gremlin? Yeah. Jill's patrolling nearby with Nature and the other dog. This will be fun. Just don't overdo it. Feeling lonely? The voice. Bye, Dana! Yeah. Hey, Joe, long time no see. Really long time no see. Seriously, it feels like it's been over a year since I last saw you. I was planning on visiting you last week, but things were pretty heavy back then. So I just waited in the background until the tension wore off a bit. Earth to Joe, I'm talking to you here. If I ignore her, she'll leave. I'm not an unfathomable sense of dread. You can't just ignore me, you know? Julianne Stingray, I'm talking to you. Calm down. Don't fall for her taunts. How did she know my full name, though? I thought your full name was Julianne Natalie Stingray. Or did you legally remove the Natalie? Never mind that. Is she reading my thoughts? Yeah, I mean, they're kind of written in the middle of the screen. Hard not to see them, actually. Alright, that's it. I'm going crazy. That's such a self-centered way to see the world. You assume that you're crazy because you can't accept that this world could be weirder than you think. This world is amazing because of the things you just can't explain. And just because only you experience something doesn't mean it's a lie or that you're crazy. I mean, just look at the ASMR. No, I'm pretty sure that's what a crazy person would say in this scenario. You acknowledged me. Shit. It's good. I won. I'm not serving you anything. What? Why? Last time you came out to clean the drinks, I served you off the floor. Don't be like that. The drinks were also paid for with my money. I don't know how you did it, but that set any and all plans I had for the rest of the week off balance. I was gonna buy some curry with the money I had to put up for those drinks. Dog duty done. I know we have slow days, but for God's sake. You okay? You look angry. I'm fine. Good job out there. I'm back. Ah, boss, what happened? Meeting cut short. At least I drank the the bottles. Are you okay? You look distraught. I'm fine. So they really can't see you. I mean, you're right in front of them. And you're wearing jeans under a skirt. Why? Just why? To annoy people, of course. Is that a new trend? What does she think she's doing? Everyone feels like it's not quite right. Everyone thinks they should call you out. But they can't bring themselves to do it because it's not that wrong. Well, personally, I hate jeans, so I would never do it. But on the other hand, it's like, well, yeah. Why not? There's nothing technically wrong with wearing jeans under a skirt. No. I mean, you can wear leggings under a skirt. Why wouldn't you be able to wear jeans? They're things like spats after all. It's uncannily right, not all that wrong, and they can't stop staring. Not like anyone other than me could see it though. They could see it if they wanted to. Jill, you're making an awful lot of faces there. You okay? Yeah, just remembering stuff. Man, I miss not being crazy. Boss, I'm leaving early today. And you stay here. Who stays where? Crap, they're just... You have to be the first person I've met who mixes their inner and outer voice. I thought I saw one of the dogs near the counter, sorry. Oh, okay. Can I leave a bit earlier today? Sure. Thanks for taking care of the fort. What about me? You haven't left yet. I'll thank you when you leave. That's not what I... Whatever. Here's something in case you felt lonely today. Rent is due on the 13th. Oh god, and I still need more money. I shouldn't have bought that thing. Jill just watched Night of the ID Snatchers. Buying a post of it will prevent her from getting too distracted. Okay. There are cats in heat outside. I had of blue balls if I still had any. If you still had any. Movie poster. The Beloved Police mockumentary. Okay. Looking at the poster, Jill managed to get Gabby off her mind, even if just for a little bit. Thank you for the heart attempt. I shouldn't have bought that thing. Hopefully I get enough money. Otherwise we're going to have a problem if we get evicted. Redeem deposit check. Thank you. Well, there is an ending for the getting evicted thing, but it's like not the full ending of the game, and I would like to get the full ending of the game. So Yuri new season. It's finally here. I can't believe I'm alive for this day. Thank you, base god. All boards report in. What other boards, you idiot? Nice. More stupid more blobs. Yuri gets new season, but the actual best Yuri is still up in the air. My internet service gets cut off tomorrow because I can't afford it anymore. Wake me up! Get a job, you stupid knee. Oh god, here we go. Prepare hot cocoa, sit in comfy couch, put on my favorite mega Christmas sweater, see snow falling outside, turn on the heater, get my blanket, watch glorious Yuri and fall asleep when I dance. I'm the comfy. I wish I was as comfy. Have work tomorrow. And 30 euros for me, dating you. Sounds cute. For nerds, maybe. Yuri was a fun show. I binged pretty much all of that with friends at one point. And it just wouldn't end. Like, there were so many episodes to the basic show itself, and then there were so many specials. I just sat there like, yes, cute girls doing cute things, but I need sleep. But it was fun. Taylor the Brain tired of name change requests. A couple of weeks ago, we wrote about Taylor, one of the brains from the Solar Anima project. One of the highlights from the interview that was unfortunately stripped from the finished version was a stray comment about how many people asked Taylor to change their name to Brian on a regular basis. I know people try to be funny, but I won't change my name for a punchline. Taylor told the AA team, I like the name Taylor and there's nothing wrong with Brian. I just won't be a part of the joke. My life is worth more than that. Taylor is currently looking at the chances of becoming a senator in the upcoming electoral season. Oh, Brian the Brain? Brian the Brain in a glass? Is that why? Okay. Parliament discusses anime influence. During an unusual meeting held at the Parliament today, delegates discussed the effects of anime on the population. It's nothing but filth, trash. Our representative for the Workers' Party yelled during the meeting. If I could choke every single writer and animator out there, I'd do it. I'd choke them with my own enhanced hands. Several anime studios' heads have responded to the news. I think they would ban it if it wasn't bringing so much money into the local market, Yamake, a producer, told the Augmented Eye during a phone interview. I do agree that anime is trash, but I'll save the genre, you can trust me. Ah yes, important topics and all. Biker gang arrested after vandalism during protests. The member of one of the largest biker gangs in the Motor City sector the members of one of the largest biker gangs in the motorcycle city sector were arrested after the group's leader and her entourage were found at the site of a protest last Friday. The leader, commonly known in the streets as Christine Love, declared to the press that they were unjustly arrested and that her gang was only there to defend protesters from the White Knights. They're afraid of us. They know they can't take us down in the streets, so they used protesters as a shield, and we had no option but to surrender, Love told AE during a phone conversation. They're currently detained and waiting for trial. The formal charges are unknown so far. Isn't she a game developer? She's many things. Is she? I wouldn't know. On the other hand, I could keep going, I think. It's like... No, it's like a little too much to finish the game today. Thank you for the pad. It's like just a tad too much to finish it all today. And if I go and then I go until I can't do it anymore, then I will have too little for the next stream. Thank you guys so much for the pads. And push yourself. There's still content for another stream. Yeah, definitely. To get your rhythm out of whack for one extra day. Sure. Also, because I still need my voice for tomorrow, because tomorrow's big day. Tomorrow is big, hopefully finishing Ace Attorney day, so I need my voice for that. But yeah. Plan is probably... I could try to finish this one on Sunday though. I don't really have a plan for Sunday and Wednesday streams for for this week and then next week yet, because I have an entire I have this entire thing planned out for next weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Halloween, because you know I haven't really done anything Halloweeny yet. So because I was planning on doing that like over the course of that weekend. Thank you for a nice stream. No, thank you. I'm not quite finished yet though. No, but I have like spooky stuff planned for next weekend, so I'll try to kind of finish up everything else before that. Game is very Halloween themed. It's about the horrors of meeting rent. But yeah, I'll try to finish this game maybe on Sunday then. If we can't make that, I'll do it on Sunday and Wednesday. And then we'll be done with that. And then we can do our nice Halloween weekend. And then after Halloween, I'll have some more new games planned yet. Well, before the end of the year. I say end of the year despite there being a full entire 2 months left yet, but like maybe I'll have moved by next week actually. If I can get the internet and everything set up, then maybe I'll be streaming from the new apartment. Ha! We'll see about it. Because I'm starting my new work the week after next. So I'll try. I really want to get everything set up by then. It's the end of the year, fuck it. Now I'm just looking, there's lots of people live. I'm just looking who's doing something that is a good idea to... Ooh, that's a horror game. Oh, I feel like writing during a horror game is always such a... It's like on one hand, watching Twitch ads. No, it's actually fine. I'm good with the ads right now. Well, I say that, but I'm probably going to get hit with them soon. I feel like raiding during a horror game is always such a dick move. Like on one hand it's like, nice, I'm getting raided, but on the other hand it's like, oh fuck, because you get the surprised by the sound and everything, the notification. But I'm just looking, which of these two people should I send you to? You know what? I'm going to go for this. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're not going for the horror game. Imagine you with loud alerts. I feel like my alerts are loud enough. Remember when I was so surprised when I was hit with that one alert during Little Nightmares. And like that wasn't even a bad thing or anything. It was just like, whoa. Alrighty, let me set that up. We haven't, I think we raided Teeps once, but it's been months. And Teeps now has a design update. So that sounds like a fun idea to look at. Teeps is playing Ender Lilies, which I've wanted to check out. I'm not going to play it myself, just looking at the gameplay. But in and of itself, it looks like a very interesting game. So let's say hello. Imagine you had any redeems with sound. I mean, not gonna lie, I wanted to set up sound redeems, maybe if I managed to find out how I could make them with like my own kind of sounds. But I have to look into that. I'll definitely have to look into that. But yeah, that's where we're going to stop for tonight. Let me quickly change the screen to the ending and start the ending song and actually turn on the audio so you can hear it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming as always. I wish you all a very good night. We'll see each other hopefully tomorrow for the finale of Ace Attorney. I hope you have a good day, night, whatever time it is. Thanks for listening. Thanks for coming. Say hello to Teeps for me. And see you all soon. Good night.
Bye bye.